Check, check.
Yeah, it was out the other day too.
Check. 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 Check.
of Examiner books.
Yeah, those, they probably wrote on them. Whoever does the, meeting needs to collect them and, make sure they have no writing. If they do, they have to scan that in because it's public records.
We'll take them back on the chain.
Yeah. Yeah, I took a little long because they were trying to make sure that the ordinances had everything they needed. Oh my gosh.
Well, these two,
This man had taken them separately. Some man that was, he's like, oh, I took your packages. No, I didn't. I put them upside down, just original.
Ooh, that one got me. Jesus. Oh. Ooh. Hey, Josh, how are you? Doing well.
Hey Eric, if you'll go back to the image preview, hit Windows Shift left or right, it'll come back to your screen.
So,
It's
Hey,
on
Mark.
the other desktop.
I don't know how you want to handle this, but this is the presentations. I guess they're labeled by the person's name, and there's like different stuff inside each folder. So like this one has a PowerPoint and a picture, but some of them had like just pictures.
There's a.
Oh, there's PowerPoint there too.
Should we see if the PowerPoint matches the?
This one has a PowerPoint and then like a bunch of pictures in a subfolder.
Missed you on Friday. Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to open these beforehand or just wait till they come up. This one has 10 PDF files.
I may actually come out here and sit during that point, like if they've got. You get what I'm saying, instead
Yeah.
of trying to communicate with me.
They said that there's one guy that can run it for them, but
I
he's
don't
gonna,
mind letting him sit here either.
he may
if you
have a, I don't care, but he just may have a hard time bringing the stuff up. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
all right.
I don't know, it's kind of, it's unusual, but there's literally,
This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on April 7th, 2026 in Board Chambers Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
I guess, those pictures look different though. These pictures are a little different. So who knows? That's,
looks
these
like
are
the same
different,
thing,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. This one's got a video, 2 videos.
See if they're in the presentation. And,
Are you guys, do you want it to open up on the, do you want the presentation mode turned on?
you can if you want.
I don't care, I just up to you guys. Or however you want to handle it.
I like the presenter name, but,
Okay. Is it not playing or am I missing it? Is it playing on the other screen?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. can't see it.
You want me to swap back? So you can see
It's up
that?
to, it's up, yeah, I mean, okay. That one had one video in it. So, yeah, that's gonna be a fun,
So as long as there's not anything,
it's anything crazy, it's just,
as long as there's not a problem with them sitting here, and he doesn't have a problem running, I have no problem with them
What just
doing it, and I
happened?
also have no problem coming in here and being the guy who runs it for them. So. You wanna see if
okay,
those are
so
in the-
this is gonna, so, if they're gonna be running this, they're gonna have to know to drag it over and stuff. So I don't know, I don't think it would,
Yeah, all right, good point.
I don't think it would be great for them to do it, but if you guys are gonna do the 2 displays. Oops, probably don't want that up, right? Where's, I keep closing stuff.
That's all right, I think it might still.
Still have it open. All right, I don't know if you wanna leave it here. I'll let you, however you wanna do it. I was just walking in to come see, and they stopped me. It's like, oh, hey, we got these PowerPoints. I'm like, okay.
There we go. Okay.
They did say they're trying to, so that each folder's numbered, and that's gonna be the same order that they're putting their comment cards in, so it should be hopefully in that same order.
Good morning, Melanie. Okay, so this one is also the crescent lines. This one actually has
Rural conservation. Rural conservation.
I'm the first two.
7th, 2026, and we will have an invocation given by Pastor Sandy Gamble from Church of Christ Prophecy. Welcome, Sandy, and we'll remain standing for the pledge.
Church of God of Prophecy.
Okay.
Father, as we come before you at this time, we're thankful, Lord, that you've allowed us to be here this day. Father, most of all, we're thankful for the rain that is happening outside and taking care of the land. But Father, we ask for your blessings today, God, for this commission, Lord, as they make difficult decisions. And God, Lord, you're able to help and direct them, and I pray that your guidance will lead them in the paths that you would have them to follow this day. We ask, God, that you touch and bless our country and bless our soldiers, Lord God. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, Jennifer, do we have any updates to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. There are no updates to the agenda this morning.
All right. Moving along, we'll go right to our citizen question and comment period, although, just to be clear, we will be taking the zoning comments at the time that we get to the particular zoning cases. It looks like we have one comment that's not related to zoning, and that is Patrick Chapin.
Wow, I'm in the minority. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Patrick Chapin. Just want to introduce myself. I'm the new President CEO of Camp Boggy Creek, and I wanted to thank you and all of our Lake County residents, especially in the villages. We have a great volunteer base there. We're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year, and this summer we will reach 100,000 children and families that we have served. For those who don't know, we were founded in part by General Schwarzkopf and Paul Newman, and we serve critically ill, medically serious children and 15 illness groups. We raise all the money. It's all free to our families and children. This summer we'll start in June and have 8 sessions, and then in the spring and fall, we have family retreat weekends. So just wanted to thank you all, introduce myself, and come celebrate 30 years with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. A lot of people don't realize that this camp is located in Lake County, out in the sort of between Cassia and Pine Lakes, and it's a phenomenal place. The venue is incredible.
It is a premier medical camp, and we have a full-time nurse and doctor, and we serve kids who literally can't go to other camps. So also, thank you for your public service. I have some family who have served and are serving, so keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for Camp Boggy Creek. Do we have anyone online? I see them shaking their head no. Okay. All right. Then we'll move on to our public hearings. And Mike, you're up. I do need to remind anyone on the board, if you've had any communications with an applicant, members of the public about zoning cases on today's agenda, that you would disclose them as we get to each of the cases.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. Somewhere is a clicker that functions.
You got it?
Here we go.
We have, there were 6 items on the published agenda. These items were advertised in accordance with Florida statute, and it's important to note today that the published item, tab number 6, the Serrano PUD amendment, that was withdrawn by the applicant and will not be heard today.
Mike, can I just ask you, did we have an annexation report?
Yes, ma'am. We can do that now if
Do
you
you all
like.
want to do that first, or do you want to do that after we go through the zoning cases?
I've got annexation report coming up next, so.
Yeah, we can, I just thought in light of all the people that we have in the audience today, that we could bump the annexation report to the bottom.
Doesn't matter, whatever you like.
Actually, now that I'm looking, yeah, I'm in favor of bumping it so that we can get started with the stuff that.
Yeah.
Foot traffic.
So why don't we do that? We'll do the annexation report after we've done the public hearings. Zonings.
Okay, as stated, the items have been advertised in accordance with Florida statute, and I'll turn the meeting back over to the chairman to open the public hearing.
Okay. So on consent, we have tabs 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going to check to see whether we have, I don't see any cards on 1, 2, or 3. I have 5. Tab 5, Crescent Pines. I have tab 4, Cedar Creek. And I'm correct?
6 was withdrawn, correct?
Okay, all right. So 1, 2, and 3 look like we don't have comments. Anybody here is for 1, 2, and 3, and you intended to put a card in, please do so now, or raise your hand so we know you're going to. All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board. Do we have a motion to approve consent?
I would like to pull tab 3, please.
All right. So on tabs 1 and 2, do we have a motion to approve consent?
Move to approve 1 and 2. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. And then back to 3. Do you want to have a full presentation?
No, I just have some questions, and maybe my fellow commissioners here can help me out here. As far as I understand, Mike, this is from the HOA. The HOA is asking us, the county, to do some code violations for parking on the streets within their HOA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. What the homeowners association is asking for is to incorporate section 3.06.00 of our land development regulations regarding the enforcement of parking, storing, or keeping of vehicles, vessels, buses, trailers, trucks, and commercial vehicles. They would like that language incorporated into their PUD ordinance.
Okay.
They do already have in their homeowners association declarations a statement that says cars or other authorized vehicles hereunder shall be parked in the garage or driveway, and in any event may not be parked in any easement areas or the street area in front of the lot. So that is an HOA rule. The HOA is asking that we incorporate our existing parking rules under 30600 into their PUD ordinance.
I'm a little confused. If it's part of the HOA and the citizens pay HOA dues, how come the HOA just can't take care of this? They want the government to come in and do their job?
I cannot speak for the HOA president.
All right, well, I see a problem with this is, I don't think, because it's going to take staff and time on something that the HOA is already supposed to be responsible for. Is that right?
I want to take a different, there's a different angle here. It's a public safety issue, I think. It can be.
Yeah, I see the HOA as like the floor, not the ceiling. Like HOA, you buy in the HOA, HOA is going to maintain a certain level of quality. But if the problems are bigger than the threshold of quality control that the HOA is doing or capable of, the county still plays a role in enforcing, making sure that this is a safe and good and high-quality life area. I see no issue with having a parking regulation that benefits the majority of the constituents in that area.
Yeah, I'm in the same position. Go ahead.
So how many people are actually arguing against, how many people want this? Because Commissioner Sabatini made a good point. If the majority of the people want the county to do it, then okay, but how many people are actually arguing about this? And how many people are in the HOA and how many people are in the subdivision?
The subdivision, I can answer, is approved for 483 single-family residential units.
Okay.
As far as the number of people who were for or against this in an HOA meeting, that would be an excellent question for the HOA president if he is present today.
Okay.
Okay, we've got somebody here, so we could ask them.
Sure.
And can I also give a little bit of perspective too? This area has been a concern, being familiar with people and their concerns in Four Corners for years about vehicles that are dumped there. Just a lot of issues of public safety and people maybe doing criminal activity sometimes in those vehicles. And it's beyond the HOA, as Commissioner Sabatini had alluded to. It's beyond the HOA. And it's not just for the people that are in that subdivision, which was built out, basically. That was years ago. It's more for the whole part of Four Corners.
And I get that. I just need to have more information. The HOA president, I have not had any conversations with the HOA, so this is the only time that I can talk about it. So that's the reason why I'm bringing it up, because it just didn't make sense to me. So the HOA president's here.
And Madam Chair, while he's coming up, I did receive an email from the attorney for the HOA. So what the attorney has told me is that the Greater Groves HOA is mandatory. It is not voluntary. There are approximately 483 homes in the community. However, only 55 have paid their annual dues. The HOA suspended the voting rights of the 428 owners who did not pay their annual assessments. So what they, because I had asked them to provide.
Another HOA.
I had asked them to provide, a resolution or something from the HOA to support the petition. So it sounds like the resolution would have only been provided by the 55 owners or whatever portion of them approved moving forward with this.
And just one other comment too, Commissioner Smith, we've had some issues in various subdivisions where you have parking on the streets, and then you have difficulty getting a fire truck
I've got
down.
one in my neighborhood, so I know.
Right,
exactly what it's
yeah,
like.
so
I know
there's
exactly
a,
what the issue is. I just want to make sure. So we have 55 people in the HOA out of 480-something people who, you can't make them pay the HOA dues? I thought that's what HOAs were for.
I'm Jeffrey Doobie. I'm the president of the Greater Groves HOA. And basically, the bylaws of the HOA with the 55 that pay the fee, the $10 fee, state law says that 60% of our people have to approve any change to our covenant agreement, which includes parking. Well, getting 60% of anybody to approve anything is almost impossible. So back when the subdivision was started, they wrote a set of bylaws that for another $10, to get people that were actually interested, they sign up, they get to vote. If you got less, and you can pay on the day that you vote. You can pay it basically for electing officers. So that there's no real time limit on it by law. We have to drop you March 31st, though, if you haven't paid. That's once again state law. So we're in a fix with big vehicles like 40 or 28-foot food trucks that try to park in the driveway that's 20 feet long, or bringing your semi home, same deal. All we're really trying to get is back to where, when the sub was built, you couldn't park on a county street in Lake County between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. Over time, that law changed to where you can park almost anywhere. And between the oversized vehicles, public vehicles, we have several really narrow streets. If you park on both sides of our road, a fire truck could not go through there, or he could because he has the right of way, but nobody will like the results. That's why we've asked, county took care of it until 2 years ago, the parking situation. And then 2 years ago, they decided that they wouldn't do it anymore. And that's why we asked to have the PUD changed, because our PUD is very basic. It's like, we've got 483 lots, got to have a street, got to have a sidewalk, got to have light posts, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much.
The newer ones have more information.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And with that information, I'd like a motion to approve tab 3.
all right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, and appreciate you all bringing that forward and making this happen. All right, now moving then to tab 4.
Thank you, Chairman. Tab 4 is a project called Cedar Creek Rural Conservation Subdivision. The requested action is consideration of approval of a rural conservation subdivision optional density bonus pursuant to the land development regulations. Property is 119.4 acres in size. It's located north of Number 2 Road and west of Mission Inn Resort. The existing zoning is agriculture, and the future land use is rural transition. The request is consistent with rural conservation subdivision design standards. The applicant is requesting consideration of an optional density bonus. The proposal is for a subdivision that consists of 97 lots for single-family residential homes. They are providing 40.93 acres of primary conservation area and 49.26 acres of secondary conservation area. So that will total a 63% open space allowance, where the minimum required is 50%. The applicant is proposing 10 additional acres of open space, and the density bonus that is allowed is 20 units that may be considered. However, the applicant is only requesting 11 units above the base density. The proposal was forwarded to Howie in the Hills. Howie in the Hills did not provide any objections. The applicant has provided an executed developer's agreement between Howie and the owner regarding providing potable water service and contingent wastewater service and voluntary annexation. The applicant has submitted their management plan. It contains practices for minimal disturbance methods, maintain vegetative buffers, ongoing annual assessments, tree preservation, and the homeowners association will be responsible for the common areas. The management plan also includes a provision for the county to conduct inspections of the property. There was an on-site visit conducted with planning and public works, and a public information was held by the applicant, and they have provided proof of that meeting to staff. This proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, rural transition, future land use. It's consistent with comprehensive plan density bonus for rural conservation subdivisions, which would allow 2 additional building units. The concept plan shows 91 units that will be 65 feet by 140 feet, and approximately 6 lots that will be 75 feet by 140 feet. Minimum lot size will be 9,100 square feet. As stated, Howie in the Hills will be providing water and potentially sewer. Lake County Fire Rescue Station number 76 is 1.47 miles from the subject property. The school board has reviewed this project, and it is subject to school concurrency, but adequate public facilities determination was provided by the Growth Management Office of Lake County. Transportation concurrency. A traffic study was submitted to staff. The traffic study conclusions were based on the overall growth, potential growth that is to take place in Howie in the Hills. So right now, the roads operate at an acceptable level of service. This study projects the build-out of everything that is planned in Howie in the Hills, and with that said, it is stating that there will be a potential failure at State Road 19 from County Road 48 to Central Avenue and the intersection of Palm Avenue and Central Avenue. It's to be decided how DOT will handle the State Road 19 expansion, and then the intersection of Palm and Central will potentially be a traffic signal. That is being studied and will be installed once it's warranted. The entrance to the project is at Number 2 Road, and the applicant is proposing that there will be a 3-way stop at that intersection entrance. With that, I believe we have the applicant here, or I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions?
Question about a process, Mike. So today, this is for the density bonus, 2 things, I guess. Today is the density bonus request, the site plan.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do ex parte. You want me to do ex parte and then ask my questions?
Yes.
Okay, so on ex parte for this application, I've spoken with the applicant probably 3 or 4 or 5 months ago. That's my only ex parte on this case.
Anybody else?
No, they don't talk to me anymore.
For me, the applicant came in, and their representative, that was a couple months ago. I also had spoken with Tara Tedro about the road connection and concerns I had about the three-way stop versus the possibility of a roundabout, some discussions that have been going on about number 2 road and trying to look for a solution there. So that was the nature of my discussion.
I've had conversations with the owner, the representative of the property, as well as some of the citizens around the property.
Commissioner Morse?
I'm in Commissioner Sabatini's boat. They don't want to talk to me either.
Okay, all right, so Commissioner
Yeah,
Parks?
I won't say anything about that. So the question is this today, about process, and then I want to confirm something. So this is the density bonus request today. There's a site plan that comes forward after this for approval. If the density bonus is granted or not, doesn't matter. I mean, whether it's not granted or not, there's still a site plan. Because that's sort of my process question is also, what are they allowed, what would they be sort of, use the word entitlement, what are they entitled to right now in terms of density? Because everybody always focuses on density, so.
Yes, sir. To answer the first question, before the board today is a request for approval of the density bonus. The conceptual sketch plan is one property and it's less than 199 units. So per our regulations, that can be approved at a staff level. So it's not the conceptual sketch plan that's before the board for approval. It's merely the request for the density bonus of the additional 11 units. What they have rights to today, based on their acreage, it is 86 units. They're asking for an additional 11 units. They were entitled to ask for 20 additional units.
So 86 is under the, would be if they were to come in at staff level through current codes then?
Without an optional density bonus, correct, 86 units.
Okay, and then they're asking for another 11.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
And then to answer your other question procedurally, if the density bonus were approved and staff moves forward with an approval letter for this conceptual sketch plan, the next step for them would be submitting a preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Mike, I know they provided the traffic study. Are they going to do anything to number 2 road other than what's in front of them? Or are they going to have help with additional?
They are proposing a 3-way stop. I can have Public Works speak to number 2 road if you'd like.
I'd like to know how bad it is. Well, I know how bad it is, but this is going to increase it by 200 trips a day, probably.
Yeah, so you have the issue of, it's only before us because of the density
I know.
bonus. Right, so you wouldn't even be able to really ask that question other than from a staff level.
Good.
But it's a good question to be asking, because that was one of the things I brought up was, is there a way to, in our discussion of whether to go down this road or not, would we be able to get a better intersection improvement that would go towards the overall, concerns that people have? I mean, from my perspective, my goal, when I've looked at some of the presentations that have been put forth, was, from my perspective, I prefer number 2 road not to be a collector, not to function as a collector. But if you live on the side that's closest to 19, you have an opportunity to go to 19. If you live on the side that's closest to 48, you go to 48. And the folks that live there already provide as much protection as we can for the character of the area. So I was interested in anything that might help with that. And so Mr. Blodgett is one of the speakers, so that would give us an opportunity to talk to him. And I wanted to at least find out from his perspective, if there was a roundabout there, could that go towards his overall concept plan that he has for number 2 road?
Good idea.
Chairman, my understanding is that there was some discussion about a roundabout, but there are right-of-way challenges, and the applicant can expand on that.
Okay. and the applicant is here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the time this morning. Alex Stringfellow, 500 Winterly Place, Maitland, Florida. Just to respond, I'd be happy to talk to any commissioner, so feel free to call me anytime, so I have no issue with that. I just want to give a little more information on, are you going to open up my slides, sir? On Cedar Creek, some of the history, and give a little bit more information. I think staff did a good job presenting a lot. So I'll go over that. Maine, please. I will comment while we're waiting, the timeline from FDOT's perspective on Palm Avenue, which is 19 as it runs through Howie and the Hills. 2027 is the resurfacing, which runs roughly a mile and a half south of Howie up through the downtown. That resurfacing starts in 2027, and there's a website to look at the details of that. They did have a community meeting in March, I believe March 24th. I did not attend. But the light and the signal at the intersection of Palm and Number 2 Road, or 19 and Number 2, is slated for 2028. My understanding is funding is in place. Of course, I'm not a representative of FDOT, so of course they would have more information, and I could provide that information to anybody that's interested. There is a point of contact. I'll go through my presentation. This is a photo of the site. This is Cedar Creek. Again, as mentioned, we're in the rural transition area, which looks to transition from your urban low densities, which are shown in the orange, directly abutting our easterly property line, and the rural future land use, which is when you head further west down Number 2 Road. So we're kind of the last piece of property as you move further west that would be eligible for something like this. So this is intended to create that kind of transition. We're about 2 miles down Number 2 Road to the west. Some of the other developments going on in the area that are contributing to some of the traffic issues that were mentioned include Lakeside, or Lake Hills PUD, Hillside Groves, et cetera, and there's an additional development on the south side of Number 2 Road. My understanding is there's discussions of expansion of Number 2 Road due to those incoming developments, but I don't have to have details of that today. Again, we're talking about the conceptual sketch plan and the optional density bonus. So there's really 3 ways that we can request an optional density bonus, and we elected for the simplest one, option A, which is for each additional acre, it's straight math, we get 2 additional, or can request 2 additional units. So again, the baseline required open space would be 39.24 acres. How open space is calculated, that's credited, is outside of your wetlands. So your wetlands don't get you any credit towards your density bonus. Those wetlands are protected in what the code calls primary conservation. So those are also being protected, but they don't give us any density bonus credit. The remaining is calculated based on the upland open space. There's also additional criteria for how stormwater ponds can be built. They have to be shallower, smaller, distributed throughout the site, and we've done so through our design here. We also provided a 100-foot perimeter buffer around the entire property, and in some instances, we're almost 900 feet from the property's edge, or in the case of looking at Number 2 Road, we're around 300 to 350 feet from the edge of pavement there. So again, 10 additional acres of open space. The straight math, 10 times 2 is 20. That's the type of math that I'm capable of doing. But our request is 11 units total. There's some reasons for that. Really, I kind of want to flip a little bit ahead. We designed the site to avoid 2 major areas that have value in terms of preserving. So to the east of the property, you'll see between 2 of the wetlands, there's a heavily treed area. We wanted to avoid developing that, so our developmental envelope stays to the west of the property where it's been grazed and operating as agriculture. And again, that node to the south in the center of it, we're trying to protect those areas that have specimen trees that are oak trees and not planted pines. So to the south, along our entry road, a lot of that is planted, our old arboriculture that was planted at some time. So I'm not saying it doesn't have ecosystem benefits, but we really tried to shrink the envelope to where it made sense. The intent of the rural conservation subdivision is to cluster development in the areas that have the least amount of impact. So that was the outcome of our design process. really high level, we meet the conservation subdivision requirements. They're pretty thorough. We have to have a management plan. We walked site with staff, took photos. We've had previous community meetings, but we also had a community information meeting that was a requirement of the rural conservation subdivision. When this property was considering annexation opportunities, there was a concept plan of over 200 units. I'm not saying that that's possible today, but we've come a long way in terms of whittling that down to 97 units from our original intent. Again, 100-foot buffer. And when you look at conservation land on a whole, including wetlands and uplands, it's 90 acres of conservation land. So it's a significant chunk there. So the value that I see from a planning perspective is this type of approach as you look at rural transition land uses around the county could have a massive impact on the ability of the county to get more conservation land, hold it by legal instrument, and protect it in perpetuity. So 10 acres here, I imagine the cost of buying, managing, and so forth to the county of getting that same amount of 10 acres would be difficult to find and fund. So I think that's the intent behind it. And I want to give a little bit of background of why I believe that clustering makes sense. So if you were to say, oh, we want these to all be 1 acre or 2 acre or 5 acre parcels, the risk that you run in a conservation approach is that property owners within a single family lot have some of the strongest property rights of any group, of any property owner in Florida. One example I can give you is when the hurricanes came through, there was a state preemption on requiring permits from tree removals. So this became a big issue where you were able to remove trees on your single family properties without a permit, without any arborist review. So you afford some rights within those those larger lots to operate your property as you see fit. The benefit of putting it into a tract, a legal instrument, is you can inspect it, you can ensure that trees are kept, you can ensure that it's managed, and that's really the broad intent of this kind of plan. So I won't go too far into it. Again, we're focused on the density bonus. We understand there'll be other questions. This is early in the process. We are working with Public Works to come up with some creative solutions, and our engineer can speak a little bit to that. It's going to have to be more compact than a full roundabout due to the right-of-way. We will need to be creative on what types of intersections are feasible, given what's the history is with number 2 road and the limited amount of land that we have. I'm not saying there's not options. I think we just would need to move forward from this stage in order to develop our engineering plans, preliminary plat, and get a little more information, a little more comfort to figure out those kind of details. So we're available to answer questions, and again, appreciate your time. So we'll stay up here if there's any direct questions.
Anybody have questions right now?
So you're going to have Howie Water and Sewer?
That is an opportunity. The other option would be a site-wide potable water system and individual septic tanks on each lot. So that is an option.
Okay. So if you get Howie Water and Sewer, they're going to require you to annex in?
That would be, and I believe that's in line with the interlocal agreement. That would be a requirement, is my understanding.
So have you talked with Howie about this project?
We have. We had been discussing a much more dense project with Howie in the past. But right now, we feel that going forward with the conservation subdivision is proper and it's in line with the code and comp plan. So that's our plan for now.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. The open space, so I know you're getting 63% open space. And you sort of touched on this, but I just want to make sure I understand it. Providing open space is great. 50%, if we'd started doing that 20 years ago, that would have been awesome. But is it how usable is it? I heard you mention ecological services or systems. So it's one thing to dedicate open space, but maybe a lot of it was protected anyway, like the wetlands. Are there other specimen trees too? But I mean, where can you show on the map where these open spaces are again, just so I'm...
Yeah, so 63% of it is upland open space. So that 63% number is upland usable And this is actually a photo in the upland area looking to the wetlands here. So that photo was taken on the, and I'm not sure I can point specifically, but there's kind of cypress dome wetlands that are shown in a light black line on this image. And I'll actually go to the colored image for you, make it a little bit easier. The dark green is wetlands, the darkest green there, and the light green is usable open space, upland open space. So the intent is to do, you're allowed to do things like passive trails. You cannot restrict public access to these areas per the code, so that would be in the legal instrument. However, you are required to do a 4-rail fence along the back of the lot so we properly delineate private property versus the conservation land. So usable, we intend to do some trails, but it's mostly going to be passive recreation. It's going to be maintained. The oak hammock is primarily on the Upper East Side. If you look kind of as you're moving your way towards Mission Inn, that's the kind of mature oak hammock. And again, there's a cluster of the mature oaks too, again to the south. And we actually skipped a lot on the entry road. You'll notice on the left-hand side, there's a gap in between the lots. There's a specimen tree there, so we deleted a lot, shifted that up in order to save the specimen tree there. And on the west is the emergency access road, which will be maintained. It's like 100 foot of some old planted pine that are probably about 20 or 30 feet. So there's a representation of an oak hammock. There's a little bit of pine flatwoods. There's prairie type areas that you can see right now are kind of agricultural, and then there's wetland as well. So that 63% again does not include the wetlands. It's all upland. You could access it. It's not going to allow recreation, those types of things. It's really intended to be passive in nature. Did that get to the
You did,
question?
and the management issue, which is a real big thing for me, again.
Yeah.
I've said this at many of these hearings in the past, but how it's going to be managed, HOA, I'm concerned about that, because somebody could hire somebody that knows nothing about, they may be great at mowing lawns, but managing beautiful areas is a different story. So I'm concerned. I don't see any of the HOA documents in here as to how that's going to be enforced, but.
We don't have the HOA docs in here. It is within the code that there are qualification requirements for the company that manages the site, and they would have to refer to our management plan, which has specifics on each type of ecosystem that's out there, what's required. So there's, invasive species removal, occasional plantings, tree prunings. So all that stuff will be a requirement of the HOA. We don't have, full HOA documents because that would happen later in the process. But that would be required for us to provide that to staff prior to any type of permit issuance, as we'd have to show that there was dedication or financing and ways to hire a qualified land management company that has experience in these. It's similar to, I think, some of the PUDs have had those conditions as well, that they're required to have a management company with experience in, biologists really, as opposed to landscape management companies. So that same process would apply here.
Thank you.
Could you tell me where the city limits are in relation to this property?
I'll have to go back to the future land use map here. So city limits would be to the east at the end of the urban low area. So that's probably the closest. There is some tracts of land that kind of look like an old access road back there that had possibly been an avenue for annexation for us, but again, we're not looking to go that route, but it's, I think it's only one property owner over, if that helps answer your question.
And how large is that property about?
I think it's 300 acres between us and the outer limits of Howie. I haven't looked at it in a while, but that'd be my guess, right around there.
I was just trying to get a handle on the practical side of this. If you did become contiguous and then you did get water and sewer from Howie, our agreement, ISBA agreement with Howie wouldn't prevent the annexation of the property. Then it brings me to the question then of, is it possible to have an agreement, for example, if we go down this road at the density bonus, that there wouldn't be an annexation that would occur?
I think those types of things are on the table. I think we would be willing to consider that as some sort of agreement. If we were able to move forward, really a predictable path forward, we'd be willing to restrict annexation or any kind of zoning or land use with Howie for the future. We'd be willing to take that off the table.
All right, I'm glad I asked the question, just because, I mean, we're kind of at a crossroads here where this could go one way or another, and while it's, people that live there would prefer no development, something's going to happen. Now the question is, what we're having to decide today, whether we go down the road of the density bonus, and then we get a rural conservation subdivision design as opposed to a high-density urban design. Okay, any other questions before we hear from the
Thank you for the
residents?
Yeah, I'll be available if you need anything more from me.
All right, I've got two cards, Brittany and John. So let's see, John Blodgett. Well, all right, you've got a presentation. You already have it loaded? Yep. Okay, all right, let's do that, and then that way, if we have additional questions, then we can talk about the questions. Okay.
Rural conservation design standards. The purpose of these regulations is to provide housing in a manner that also preserves agricultural and forest lands, natural and cultural features, scenic view sheds, and rural community character that would be a risk of becoming lost through conventional development approaches such as rural transition, which only allows 1 unit per 1 net buildable acre. These standards were extensively thought out and is the reason why Lake County sent 3 letters last month to the city of Leesburg specifically stating Lake County is opposed to the annexation of these properties into municipal limits for the purpose of increasing residential density in the area. So does this now become hypocritical with unincorporated properties? Does it mean the county can increase density, but the cities cannot? Is it to do as we say and not as we do? What happens when you speed? It's only 11 over the limit, right? You should let them go. When you make an exception in land development, it never stays just one exception. It becomes the first domino. The moment one developer is granted special treatment outside the established rules, it creates a precedent. The next developer comes in and says, you allowed it before, so you have to allow it for me. At that point, it's no longer a unique case, and it's an expectation. Those expectations quickly turn into entitlements. Projects are designed and priced assuming those same concessions will be approved. And now your staff and decision makers are put in a difficult position. Approve it and weaken the code, or deny it and risk being seen as inconsistent or unfair. And this dumps everything into the weeds, where the regulations lose clarity, the code stops being the standard, and the decisions become case-by-case negotiations instead of consistent policy. The result is real: strained infrastructure, unbalanced growth, and a public that starts to lose trust in the process. So the question isn't just about one project, it's about whether we're upholding a system of rules or slowly replacing it with a system of exceptions. As you can see, in a short, compact area, the densities can triple quickly and get out of control because of a singular derogatory approval. Every decision we make shapes our community and our ecosystem. What may seem like small incremental changes today ultimately define the character of this place tomorrow. If we do not take a stand now, we risk slowly giving away the very qualities that make this area unique, and once they're gone, it becomes far harder to preserve. Rural landscapes are not just undeveloped land, they are identity. They are what people come here to experience and escape to from urban areas. So the question is simple: are we protecting a uniquely Florida landscape or allowing it to become just another stretch of asphalt?
All right, do you want to make a couple comments? And because I'm just trying to understand, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about number 2 road. We've seen your presentation on number 2 road. trying to come up with something that actually protects the area. We've got a developer that says that they might be willing to actually sign an agreement that they wouldn't annex and go for a higher density in return for having their rural conservation design with.
I guess the question becomes is what you do in that area. The problem is they've got a 300-foot at the most easement where their location is. Everything outside of that is a 15-foot road on one side, a 17-foot road on the other side. A circle at that one little area will take care of that one little area, but once you leave that area, the road is still substandard. So there's no improvements there. And then the other question becomes is they have a section that is in the rural protection area that they're, I don't know if it's 40, 50, or 80 acres, what it is, but they have no plans for that. So is that part of the agreement? Is that part of the deal? Or does that part, when the annexation comes in, that gets developed? Or are they going to give that over too? I mean, there's a lot of variables that come into play as a whole in the whole. If they were developing the whole area or the whole parcel that they own, it may be one question to say, yeah, that's, in our agreement, that would be great. We can keep it all rural transition. Our thought process is, that's fine, you want to develop, but let's stay within the rules of the rural transition. Let's stay within the amount of houses or the amount of development that the flume covers or that the flume talks about. If we keep adding everywhere, if we keep adding densities everywhere, then it becomes more work onto number 2 road that can't handle that traffic anyways.
So, and the reason I'm doing a little back and forth here is just because there's a history, there's a lot of context here. And, you know, from my standpoint, you know, my goal would be to preserve the area and to protect the concerns of the residents on number 2 road. On the other hand, you're telling us don't make a deal that could actually do exactly what I said. So it's like you guys are putting us in a position of, all right, well, don't add 11 more lots here, because they're asking for it. We don't want you to deviate at all from the rural conservation design and the flume. On the other hand, if we don't make a deal, then there's a really good chance that this property gets annexed into the city limits of Howie. So it's like, these are tough decisions to make because one hand, we're trying to be the protector of the area, but you're telling us not to make that deal.
No, well, I'm not saying not to make the deal. What I'm saying is that why are we stepping outside of the rural transition? Why are we engrossing into more than we need to? For one, visually, it's the whole idea of a rural conservation subdivision is visually it's supposed to be mesh within the rural standards or the rural area. When they start stacking houses along the front, it takes away from what is actually the purpose of it. Those 11 houses that are on the front, that's going to take away from when you drive down number 2, that's what you're going to see. Rooftops, a bunch of
Right.
stacked up rooftops.
But if it goes into Howie and it's double the density, you're going to see rooftops everywhere on the property. So that's, there are trade-offs and trade-offs in life and trade-offs in situations like this. And it's like, you guys will be mad at us if we make a deal, but the deal is the deal that could actually save you all from having a urbanized project on this property.
And so John, I still have questions I understand, one of which I just asked about the whole process here, but I think to what the chair is also saying, the conservation subdivision criteria was put in place. We were pretty emphatic about it 4 or 5 years ago, about having this process. It is within the system to be able to do this. There is an exception process for a subdivision, conservation subdivision, because like in this case, you're getting 63% open space. Kind of like my comment earlier was, imagine if we had had that 25 years ago in Lake County, how dramatically different Lake County would look. And the cities did it, by the way. The cities don't do that. They don't often annex in at 50% open space. So there is a valid concern about that as well. You will get a better scenario. Now it's still, it's houses. We're in a tough spot on that. But the scenario is set up through this process to be better, a better outcome. So if you went the normal route through this, you've heard me say this. I think our code is terrible. If somebody's going through a normal way to do this. They're going to get the 87 lots that's on this already, and it's going to be all over all the uplands. They'll be platted out, and, you'd have those specimen trees that were mentioned. I hope they would keep them, but there's no certainty. So I understand what you're saying. It's very tough. There's some questions I still have, but just explanation of the conservation subdivision criteria. That's kind of how it works.
Well, and this may be a dumb question, but let's say, that's great. I own the property right below it, right south of it. So you give this to them? Now it makes me feel entitled now that, guess what? Are you going to give me more lots? Is it now, should I now figure out that, hey, I do rural conservation, I probably can get just as more lots on this too. And then it just tumbles down the road. And we start getting into an area that we're trying to save, but now we're dominoing it into something else. So I completely understand. I understand the back and forth. But the other question is too, is that lot has been there for 20, 30 years. It's owned by Bud Butcher. He has never developed any of that property. He has no plans to develop that property. So will that ever get annexed in? That's just kind of one of those things that you never know if that's ever going to happen. Not only that, but will he annex in? Mission Inn isn't annexed into Howie. They don't want to. So will they ever annex in that parcel, because that's also Bud Butcher. So
All right, how do you feel about roundabout versus the three-way stop?
I think unless you improve that road more in that area, it's not gonna, it'll matter a slight bit. It'll reduce the truck traffic because the trucks won't go down there. But as far as the rest of the traffic, it's not gonna reduce the quantity of traffic at all. It will slow it at that one spot, but then you go back to 15. If you look at Eagle Tail on the top, at the beginning at Leesburg, it's the same scenario. You got 25-foot wide lanes and stuff, but then it narrows all the way back down to 17. So it's potential. It would be better than a four-way stop for sure, or a three-way stop, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, it just seemed like it would help in some ways. Okay, all right. But Brittany?
Well, I had remarks created, but then this conversation took a different turn. So I guess one of my questions is, if they want the 11 units, why don't they just include the 40-acre parcel that's attached to it that they're marketing along with this property for sale? It seems like that would get them closer to that goal. And that's where, I didn't want to accuse them of their goal being just entitlements with this project and annexing into Howie, but it kind of seems like that's the conclusion we've come to, is like, this is really just entitlement driven, which is really concerning because we've had several meetings with the applicant. We've gone over and over and over about the dangers of the road, and it seems like it's just fallen on deaf ears, and that's just more telling us you don't really care about our community, the safety of even the people that are going to live on your property in the future. You just want those entitlements. Just from with the density bonus, obviously, no surprise I don't agree that they should get it. A big reason for that is that you have to have a 20-foot wide road for emergency vehicle access. Well, maybe they'll build that into their plan, but you've got 0.9 miles to Howie and then 2+ miles the other direction that are 15 to 16 feet wide. That's a big difference. And so if you're putting all those houses in clusters and then also limiting and impairing the ability for emergency response to get there, it just seems like it's a recipe for disaster. And that's another point where if you added that 40-acre parcel, couldn't you space them out a little bit more to make that even just a little bit safer of a scenario? And then also just, you guys have heard me talk about the road over and over and over again, but the average SUV is 6 to 7 feet wide. This is 7 to 8 feet wide. There's no margin for error. I don't know if this is even working, but those patches that were put in less than 6 months ago are already crumbling. So the traffic on the road is already too much for that road to handle. And then you're going to add more with this development that already has, you know, a certain amount of entitlements they're allowed to have, and then you're going to add a bonus on top of that. I just don't see how that could be justified. But thank you for your time. Thank you for thoughtfully considering this request.
All right, applicant.
Thank you, commissioners. So I'll try and go down the list of comments. And again, we appreciate that the community is very passionate out there. We have had multiple community meetings. Attendance was 20 or more people at some of these meetings. And we have made changes that we are capable of making that make sense. And I think that's why there's only 2 opposing members of the community that are here today, because we did put in that time. The western 40 acres is a rural future land use with agricultural zoning. We are not eligible for a density bonus. We are not eligible for a rural conservation subdivision. We are not eligible for any of those types of requests. So we have to remove that from the application. There's no plan to develop it. If we tried to do anything above the 1 to 10 that's out there, it would be a land use change, a rezoning, and we'd be coming before this board to make that request. We would be willing to agree, because of the provisions of utilities being on the table, we would like to ask a question of just saying we will not increase density or reduce open space as part of any annexation. Would that be acceptable to this board? If we were required to annex because of utility provisions, can we make the agreement specific to density and open space and anything else that the board sees fit? That way, if we were, by some interlocal agreement, required to annex it for the potable water, or is it just an annexation or not agreement? So that's one question we had from our legal team.
Yeah, from my standpoint, it would have to be no annexation, because otherwise you create a domino effect. So
Okay. I was just,
we're trying to protect the area.
understood.
Yeah, and I don't know, this may be a tangential question, but can they even legally require the annexation? I know that they make an applicant typically sign saying, if you will annex you, but you're going to have to be in utilities, but.
So they already signed an agreement for voluntary annexation to get potable water service and contingent wastewater service. So they've already signed that, and that's already been approved by Howie. So I guess their option would be, and I haven't read their agreement in its entirety, I mean, it's multiple pages long, but I guess their option would be they do not do central water and sewer, and they would have to do, I guess, either well or their own water system or DWTS or some other option to not be subject to what they've already agreed to, which is a
Okay, so
consent to
question
annex.
about that, and that's a big critical point, it seems like. Would they need to rescind that first? Get that rescinded? If we move forward with this?
Yeah, I haven't read it in its entirety. I know Jonathan, I believe, is here, maybe. Is Jonathan Hewell's here?
It'd be Logan Opsahl that would review it from our legal team. And what I can say is we'd be willing to include the condition, possibly, I'll need to talk with him, that we have to, we'll include the annexation agreement. We'll agree not to annex. And I think we should be able to rescind that agreement, or we can plan to provide a central well and on-site individual the required state septic, which would preclude us from needing to do that. So it would void us from that annexation agreement. So we could do the on-site well system, which we probably would have to do anyways based on number 2 road, and then the individual lot septic system.
The DWTS, though?
Highest-
I mean, that would be
highest
our
level treatment.
preference.
Yes, correct.
That would be
That's correct.
the highest level of treatment,
That is the
right?
highest level of treatment, yeah, outside of a sewer plant.
Yep, that's correct. And that would be the requirement for us to provide.
So just looking at the termination provisions of that voluntary agreement, there are options for the town to terminate I do not see an option for the developer to terminate, but again, it doesn't mean the town wouldn't let them terminate it. There just doesn't appear to be any language in here that allows them to do so.
Do we need to wait 30 days? I think that, I mean, my concern is that this whole issue is so important that,
Because of the condition of the right-of-way, because of the right-of-way maps, there's no way right now that we could make that water line extension physically. So the annexation is kind of a moot, that annexation requirement of providing utilities right now is a moot point. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, my apologies. So we feel confident we can agree to not annex and provide services in that manner, in line with the board's request.
so that brings us back to this whole issue of, on one hand, we've got residents that are saying, don't grant the density bonuses. On the other hand, we got a developer that says, we'll agree to not annex, not let the dominoes fall, and potentially work out an agreement to have a roundabout there that would actually cut down on truck traffic, because they wouldn't want to go through there. So it could be a huge deterrent for truck traffic on number 2 road. So, I mean, part of me wants to say, can we wait 30 days so that we could get everybody together and make sure we can ideally get that agreement with Howie rescinded? If we can't get it rescinded, at the very least, we have it in the PUD that you can't, the service would be the DWTS and a well.
We're fine with a continuance to work out those details with our legal team and yours and come back with those items addressed.
Thank you. And I'll also reach out because I just want to secure one of my big questions, or the answer at least, and that is the management.
Okay.
Yeah, and so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to come back with answers to that.
Management of the open space,
Yes.
to be clear, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I can tell you that I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I'm there too. Before we get into work mode.
Hold on a second, please. So this is a rural transition.
Yes,
A 1-to-1. It's been rural transition since the 90s. Whether you bought the property or you haven't bought the property yet, doesn't matter. The transition zone's been there. Sure, you're only asking for 11 more homes, right? But you're only going to give us 13% more of conservation land. So I don't see 11 homes being worth the 13 acres of conservation land, personally. And 2, dadgummit, we need to stick to our rules. If it's rural transition, stick to rural transition. It's a 1-to-1, 50% open space. Let's build to that and be done with it. That's all I got.
You don't like the idea of having
No, I
a
do
roundabout?
not. I do not,
that would
because
help with the
they're going-
issues that we've been dealing with
They are going
for?
over the rural transition criteria, and I don't like it.
Well, just
I
to
didn't
be-
like it anywhere else.
I understand all the concerns, but to be clear, if they were going to go straight zoning, they don't have a 50.
Well, then let them go straight zoning, and it'd be
For the record.
1-to-1, and they'd have to set up a subdivision. They'd have to have 50% open space. They'd have to have infrastructure.
I know.
They'd have to do all the things that they're doing here. I don't like it. They're going over the 1-to-1 ratio. Keep it 1-to-1, plain and simple.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
30-day extension's good with me.
Okay, well, I moved to deny the project. I don't believe that, I understand we came up with this tool set, but I don't believe in density bonuses as an incentive to do anything. I don't think we should have density bonuses at all. So I'm principally against all density bonuses. I'm moving to deny.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor of the denial, say aye.
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 All right, that fails. Back to the 30 days and the idea that you can actually get something in return for negotiating. You can get a roundabout that actually slows the truck traffic and prevents trucks from using number 2 road. I think that could be a huge win if we could get it worked out. If we could get the neighbors to the table, we get the developer to the table, and we get your management plan in place, and you get a way better design that actually creates and protects, it actually protects open space as opposed to just.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll commit to the annexation agreement. We'll work on the improvements along our intersection, and then we'll come back with details about the management plan. to answer your, I think that was the three big items, if I'm capturing that.
Yes.
We have a
Yeah, and
motion.
so, I'm gonna make that motion, and I really look forward to the discussion. I'm not saying I'm gonna necessarily approve it. I'm not gonna prejudice the whole thing until I get over the next
Understood.
30 days, but I'm actually excited about the discussion, because I want to come back and I want to see, I would like to see, and if our staff needs to do it, to play out some scenarios, you know, straight zoning versus this, because I think that there's some misunderstanding sometimes about conservation subdivision criteria and what it can do. So I'm going to look at staff, not just you, but to staff as well,
Understood.
because this is, I think, is a good opportunity. We got a full room here to go over, to have these kind of discussions, and it's going to play out in a public hearing, of course, but to start looking at some of the facts when it comes to these things, and these decisions are tough, and it, you know, they could go either way, but, and there's a benefit, a cost benefit, so I'm looking forward to that playing out, and so I will make that motion to table for 30 days.
Commissioner Morris, do you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, that passes 3-2,
Thank you.
and we have a lot of work to do between now and the next meeting. We made the motion without a date certain, though.
Correct, yeah, just to clarify, that will be May 5th, so we don't have to re-advertise if you do it to a date certain.
Okay, all right, so can you do a motion to May 5th, or
That motion would include to at least May 5th.
Commissioner Smith? Morris, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, so that gets us to May 5th, and we have work to do. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Moving then to the next tab. We are on tab 5. And just so everybody's clear, tab 6 was withdrawn, so this will be our last zoning hearing today.
Correct.
And I think most everybody here is here for this one, so. All
Thank you,
right.
Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. The project before us today is Crescent Pines rezoning. The requested action is to rezone approximately 40 acres from urban residential R6 to planned unit development to facilitate a residential subdivision of 79 units. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended unanimously to approve this item. The location is northwest corner of Preeb Road and Log House Road. This is in the Claremont area. The board may recall that this came before the board on November 4th, 2025, and this item was denied. KB Homes Orlando LLC submitted for a challenge. So KB Homes Orlando LLC versus Lake County. We have a settlement agreement between the parties in the matter that was filed by KB Homes. The settlement agreement negotiated between the parties provides for pond sizes increased by 25% to retain a 100-year, 24-hour storm event. The number of lots have been reduced from 85 to 79. Buffers have been provided adjacent to all existing residential homes. The sidewalk along Log House Road will be extended westward to Cedar Forest Circle and eastward to Lakeshore Drive. The sidewalk must be completed and accepted before any certificate of occupancy can be issued. The development will retain as much planted pine as possible on the site, and if the settlement agreement is agreed to, it will be, the result will be the dismissal of the case. So the applicant is requesting a rezoning to PUD with a density of 2.06 units per acre and a maximum impervious surface area of 60%. There is required right-of-way dedication of 1.65 acres along Log House Road and Preeb Road. The plan emphasizes open space. The open space will include storm ponds, have pervious walking trails around the ponds tied into sidewalks for street connectivity. The homeowners association will own and maintain all common areas. Lots will have a minimum area of 7,500 square feet and a minimum width of 75 feet. There are landscape buffers along all perimeters of the subject property. Property will be serviced by Sunshine Water Services for water, and the applicant plans to construct a distributed wastewater treatment system for sewer. Subject parcel is located within the Claremont Joint Planning Area, and the City of Claremont has provided support for the project. The proposal is consistent with the existing urban low future land use. Lake County Schools has reviewed the application and determined that there is capacity available for the students. Lake County Fire Station number 109 is 1.4 miles from the subject property, and the transportation concurrency has been determined to be de minimis impact on the surrounding roadways. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant.
All right, any questions right now? All right, the applicant wants to make a presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman, Commission members. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. We emailed a presentation to Janie yesterday.
Was it,
Yeah, it's in the folder, sorry.
is it this one?
Yes, sir, thank you. Sorry for that. Along with me in attendance today is the project engineer, Chuck Hyatt with Health Engineering, and several members from the KB Homes development team. As Mr. Fitzgerald had mentioned, this project had come before you originally in November, and shortly thereafter proceedings under Chapter 70 of the Florida statutes, the Florida Dispute Resolution Act, were initiated to result and culminate in the request that's being presented to you today. Just a little bit more background on the property. It is 40 acres. I think it's important to note that it does currently have an urban low future land use designation, which allows up to 4 dwelling units an acre today of residential development. The zoning is actually urban residential, which has a paper max density of up to 6 dwelling units an acre, but when you place both those designations on top of each other, the urban land use designation would control density of up to 4 dwelling units an acre. So the project is entitled for residential today. Based on the county code, it could proceed directly to site plan for a residential project of up to theoretically up to 160 units and not come before any public hearings before the Planning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners. However, because what's being proposed here is a single-family residential subdivision, county code requires any residential subdivision above 49 units to be rezoned to PUD. So the resulting request is a downzoning. It's a downzoning from what is it's entitled today under urban low and under R6 to PUD, reducing that residential maximum from 160 units down to 79, and to be certain and locked in via a PUD zoning. One other important note to just provide is the property does currently have a bona fide agricultural exemption. The planted pine that is currently on the site or on the property is temporary in nature, in that at some time in the future it is going to be harvested. It's going to be sent to a mill, and it's going to be processed into wood and paper products. That is part of the business plan that's required in order to maintain the bona fide ag exemption. So as was mentioned, after the proceedings was initiated in November, there were settlement discussions undertaken before the actual formal proceedings that would come under the Dispute Resolution Act. And that included some discussion on addressing the comments that were made at that original November public hearing with respect to stormwater, with respect to density, with respect to just general design. And out of that, there were born some changes, and I'll briefly go over those with you. As I mentioned before, the net density of this project is 2 dwellings an acre. It's 79 homes. It's a down zoning from what could be developed there today by right. As was mentioned by staff, it does meet the Claremont Joint Planning Agreement standards, and in fact, the city has commented and says they do not have any objection to the project. Along the entire perimeter of the project, there is a 25-foot landscape buffer. A condition added to the PUD would require that the existing planted pine that is there, that would otherwise could be removed via that bona fide ag exemption designation, will be retained within that area and in other open space areas within the project where feasible. In spaces where that planted pine maybe isn't as dense or wouldn't meet the county's landscape buffer requirements, those areas will be supplemented with new plantings that would meet the requirements of the PUD, which requires Florida-friendly and native species to be planted. The PUD also includes several conditions regarding design, including a requirement that the project have dark sky lighting. And it does, a significant change is the size of the stormwater ponds that will be required to be utilized with the development. Those would need to meet a higher standard than current requirements of the Water Management District or the county. That standard is the 100-year, 24-hour storm event. And there's even an additional caveat included in the proposed condition of the PUD that would says it's either that higher standard, or if there's a more stringent standard at the time this project would come through for actually engineering site plan approval by staff, it would be whatever the most stringent of those two would be. So either the 100-year, 24-hour storm event, or if the county in the future decided to adopt a more rigorous stormwater condition, it would be that one. So with that, the changes that have been made, we believe, results in a more additional buffers to the surrounding community. And one other benefit that has been born out of this process under the Florida Dispute Resolution Act is the commitment and an added condition to the PUD to construct off-site sidewalk improvements. Right now, Log House Road does not have sidewalks. This developer, as part of the conditions of the PUD, would be constructing a sidewalk along its entire length, and that sidewalk would have to be delivered before the first resident moved into the community. I know there's a lot of folks here that have interest and will have comment. I would just ask an opportunity to address those comments after public testimony is given, and of course, happy to answer any questions you all might have before we get to that.
All right. Okay, we have several cards. Did we have any notices of appearance filed? Okay. All right, so we have a 3-minute rule on our cards. I'll just go through them in the order that I received them. And as a general rule, we ask if you're saying something that was just said or said previously, you are welcome to just ask that, your ditto, so to speak, to what's already been said, if in the interest of time, if you'd like to do that. Otherwise, we have that 3-minute rule on each card. So I'm going to start with Mike, and I believe there's an E after the D. Is it Ho?
Yeah, it's Hodes, H-O-D-E-S.
Okay, all right, Hodes. And then next would be Gail Cisneros.
Hey, get your name up there. Ready?
All right, we're ready. Mike.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. It's good to see you all. Anyway, my name is Mike Hodes. I've lived on 2 acres directly across from the proposed development since 1998. That's 28 years, 2 acres. Today I'm here alongside many of our neighbors to respectfully ask that you deny this request. The 3 major concerns I'd like you to consider are: first, stormwater and drainage. This is the most critical issue. This 40-acre property drops approximately 40 feet in elevation. During a typical summer rain, 1 inch would generate about 2 million gallons of runoff in a short period of time. While the retention system appears sufficient on paper, several ponds are located uphill from the natural flow of the water. This raises serious concerns about whether the system will function properly during heavy storms. For nearby residents, this isn't theoretical. It would be a tremendous impact on us. Second, compatibility with the existing neighborhood. I live on 2 acres across the street. We have others that live on large property too. We believe the staff report does not fully reflect the realities of this community. This area is zoned and developed as urban low-density housing. The same rezoning request was previously denied because it was inconsistent with the surrounding community. Reducing the number of homes from 85 to 79 does not resolve this issue. The proposed density still does not align with the character of the neighborhood or the intent of the current zoning. Approving it would be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Third, traffic and infrastructure. The developer has requested an exemption from a full traffic study and is relying on 2023 studies, even though conditions have changed. 79 homes would generate approximately 800 additional daily trips onto Log House Road, which is already congested, especially during school hours. Approving a development of this size without a current traffic study would be a significant oversight. Additionally, the county's original denial cited potential negative impacts to property values under Section 14.03.03 of the land use regulation. That concern has not really been addressed. Respectfully, what has changed since the original denial? We are not asking to stop growth. We are asking for you to follow the standards already in place and ensure that development is consistent and fair to the existing residents. For the record, once a decision like this is made, it can never be undone. The character of our neighborhood will be permanently changed forever, and the risks we're going to outline will become our new reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gail, and after Gail is Danny Cisneros.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gail Cisneros, and I live in Mart's Landing at 10922 Privy Road, directly behind the proposed Crescent Pines development. You may have seen my home on Channel 6 News with Lisa Bell. They came out because of the flooding concerns we're raising. It's not theoretical, but it's actually real. Living in Florida, at some point, we have or will experience flooding concerns, directly or indirectly. During Hurricane Milton, water entered our yard, and for some of our neighbors, it actually entered their homes. On slide 2, can we go to slide 2? Okay, thank you. Is a picture of the slope that we are concerned about. The top of the slope is taller than the window from our home. This is our home here. And it's 25 feet from the proposed KB Homes development, bringing the runoff water directly into our backyard, as you can see, making the 100-year-old storm regulation more common than 100 years. So on slide 3, this is the zoning report, page 7, attachment B. On this map, you can clearly see Martin's Landing. There are 6 homes that line up behind KB Homes. The number 4, that's my home. On slide 4, zoning report, page 8, attachment C, it shows the concept plan. I would like to point out the retention ponds. Please glance at Martin's Landing. Please glance at number 4. That is my home. The map shows that the water retention ponds placed at the top of the slope, this directly impacts 6 of these homes. In Martin's Landing, the runoff will come right into our backyards. Also, the other homes are also affected. So we then look at this proposed development. We are not asking, what if? We are asking, how much worse will this get? Slide 5, 6, here in just a second, we'll go through 6, 7, and 8, but unfortunately, this is what happened to our home on October 9th, 2024, during Hurricane Milton. We had water damage come into all 3 of our bedrooms. You can go ahead and hit slide 6, 7, and 8. This is our Martin's Landing. This is our water retention pond. And this is our dock, also affected by the waters that came in. Now, if we go back to slide 9, or we go to slide 9, the slope, oops, okay, let me hurry. I will just say that,
I think your slides are really helpful, and
Okay.
your husband is next, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
so hopefully he'll
thank you.
pick up where you left off.
Hi, my name is Danny Cisneros. Thank you for having us here today. I think my wife was basically, I don't have any slides, so the next person is Gail. She was just kind of mentioning that there's an easement behind her property, and there's a water pipe that goes through there, so I don't think there's a lot that can be done in that area in terms of like maybe changing the slope of that and all that kind of thing. So I think she just wanted to mention that, right? So as far as my speech, so obviously I live at that same property. And I wanted to thank everybody here for this process of allowing us to bring our concerns before you and being heard. Again, on November 4th, this was all carefully considered and voted, and you all voted no on the rezoning request. That decision reflected a commitment to protect our existing homeowners and safeguarding their lives and ensuring responsible development in our community. Unfortunately, the subsequent appeal and agreement have not meaningfully addressed those concerns. I have a hard time believing that the agreement received the level of in-depth review it deserves. For example, the retention pond design, running downhill, it seems pretty obvious, raises serious questions about its design. Thank God for some knowledgeable people in our community, like Rich and Scott, pointed out this ineffective design, because when I was looking at it at first, it seemed like that design made sense. The 2D, they look like really huge retention ponds. And then adding a 25%, well, that seems reasonable. But they, talking to our neighbors and people in the community, they're like, this is not an effective design. So, as mentioned in the News 6 story from Lisa Bell, our home sustained flood damage from Hurricane Milton. But that was even though we had the natural vegetation and sandy soil to help absorb some of that water. So obviously removing some of the natural protections while increasing development raises the risk to my home and others nearby. So when that vegetation eventually does get removed, it's important to have a plan, a real plan in place that will actually protect the community. But please remain consistent in your commitment to protecting our existing homeowners. I respectfully ask that you vote no in this rezoning request again. Maintain a more reasonable density, such as the 49 homes, and require any future proposal to include an independent engineering study to ensure stormwater systems truly protect the neighboring properties.
All right, thank you. Gail Dalmat, and then Rich Fisher.
Good morning, Commissioners.
My name is Gail Dowman, and I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for 35 years. I've 30 years at South Lake High School. I'm a Kiwanian. I've been a Kiwanian since Oakley Seaver days. Yes, I go way, way back. But I'm here for one reason. I'm here to inform you of the negative impact that this plan development will have on my family and my lovely home. I live at 10731 Preby Road. I live directly at the bottom of a 41-foot incline. I have almost an acre on the lake. I live actually in the original Preby home, after what the Preby Road was named after. It was built in 1927. It will celebrate 100 years next year, hopefully. Yes, it is my lovely, lovely home. It has many stories and much, much history. I know that there are many professionals that tell you that this is okay, but I'm here to tell you the bottom line. I've lived on Preby Road prior to the planting of the huge pines. They were babies when I was living there. I was there prior to Martin's Landing, prior to the paving of Preby Road, prior to the subdivision, Crescent subdivision on the corner of Preby and Log House. Here it is what I can tell you about life before. I had beautiful palm trees that have rotted because of drainage runoff. It happens, I get it. My beautiful, beautiful basement that has many things in it that I have stored. Now there's flooding. I can only imagine what this new construction will do. The 79-unit planned unit with no promise of retention ponds that are sufficient. I truly, truly can imagine the flooding and the destruction that may come to my beautiful home and my beautiful property. I think it's pretty much common sense. Within the last 24 hours, I've learned a lot of technical knowledge, all about hardscapes. First, I was calling it landscapes, but now I know. I've lived there 33 years. I know very little about high density, low density, urban density, but I know one thing, that I will plead you to protect my historic home. Furthermore, I just know that this is wrong. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I ask that you consider denying this rezoning. Thank you.
All right, you guys. I'll let you finish clapping this time, but we have a rule about clapping in our meetings, so you can do like a thumbs up, if that works. Okay, Rich Fisher and then Scott Boyott. I think I got that. You guys are violating sunshine.
May we approach and give you a handout?
Oh, it's tripping over here. This is for each of you.
Okay. Oh, all right, thank you.
Thank you. They can have mine.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?
What's that?
They're going to hold up boards.
Oh, you're
Do
gonna
you want
hold
them in
up
the
some
back
signs?
so they don't impede other people's views, or do you want them in the front?
Okay, yeah, I guess we need to do it in the back, otherwise no one else can see.
And we have to make sure you don't impede the camera back there as well. Eric, you can let them know if they need to move.
All right, we won't start the clock till you get up to the microphone.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Fisher. I'm a landscape designer. I have over 45 years in landscaping install. I have over 35 years experience in licensed designer landscape. I live at Crescent Ridge subdivision off of Purby Road. I want to thank you for your time to hear us out. As per drawings that was given to you and that are here, which was measured and made from Google Earth, Google Maps, SketchUp Model Builder, these pictures clearly show how building 85, much less 79 homes will not work at this any level. Drawings 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 11 will demonstrate the ratio of hardscape to landscape vegetation, bad water flow, and inadequate water absorption. Out of all the retention ponds on this site, only maybe 25% or less would be of any use. Typically, in my experience, retention ponds on the average are around 9 foot depth. The size of these retention ponds are inadequate. Elevation drop on this property is funneling down to Martinson Landing entrance from Log House Road, down Preview Road, Log House Road, and transfer station across to Martin's Landing's entrance and back of the transfer station to Martin's Landing's entrance. The dump side retention pond, west side of this property, will have no effect to this site. At this time, I would not recommend these retention ponds. They are badly inadequate. Note, retention ponds water does not fill on a level basis running uphill. We would respectfully ask you to reject this request from KB Homes. It will devastate our quiet living area. Thank you for your time. Best regards, Richard Fisher, Fisher's Landscape Design.
Thank you. You want to ask a question?
Can I ask Mr. Fisher a question? Mr. Fisher?
Yes.
Landscape designer, good. If the property owner were to cut all those pines off and sell them, what would happen to the water flow?
If he was to clear that land, which they will come in there and bulldoze that property, bare land, it will be devastating on a rainstorm.
Okay?
All the picture here shows, even though they added 25% more to the retention pond, it's running uphill. It's like, why don't you put a retention pond at the ceiling and expect it to run uphill? If you have that land cleared, any kind of storm, all that sand will be down in that retention pond, and then there will not be a retention pond in there.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
The point is that they have the ability to harvest those pines and make money.
Right now.
I mean, they could cut them today, and there's nothing that you can do about it. It's their property.
Exactly. That's fine.
So it's like, do you want protection or, I mean, they're not going to leave it the way it is, I wouldn't think.
Exactly. When they cut those pines, they do not remove the roots. The root structure and everything holds the ground in place. When they come in to bulldoze the place, they remove the roots, leaving bare open land on a slope.
Well,
is the different story.
I've got 600 acres in Georgia, and I grow pines.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, you cut a pine down, in 2 years, the stumps don't do anything anyway. So, I mean, what I'm trying to prove to you is something's going to happen to this land.
Exactly.
And so we're trying to minimize what's going to happen. They can ask for a whole lot more than what they're getting.
Exactly. My point is, when you do a landscaping, the roots on a hill, you put as much root structure in there to hold the ground. If you cut it bare, then you're leaving it wide open. You can almost spit on the ground and cause a gully. When I come in with my guys to do a landscaping on a hill, before that day is over, we're putting mulch, we're putting something down in case of rain. If they come in and cut the grass, because I'm from Georgia too, and I know about the harvesting of the pines, but I know they come in, they harvest them, they cut them out. When they go to plant, okay, they come in and remove the stump and replant. But when they come in with a builder and they come in and they bulldoze this whole room, it's bare open land. On a hill, at a slope, you're asking for a disaster on the lightest rain. So it's a big difference between harvesting the trees and leaving all the undergrowth and mulch and everything like that. Because even if you come in there, took the roots out, and put the mulch in there, okay, yeah, you'll slow down the runoff, but you'll still have the runoff because of the bare open land.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So I think what I'm visualizing is three scenarios. One is you cut the trees down, but you leave the vegetation and so forth. And so you're going to have some sheet flow, but you'll still perk some, right? You're going to have the second one is they get ready for development. They cut everything down, they bulldoze everything, and there's going to be a period of time where you've got total sheet flow. And then third scenario, they develop it, and according to your analysis, even with retention ponds, you're still going to have runoff that leaves the property because the ponds are in the wrong location and they're not going to be deep enough. That's kind of what, right now, that's my takeaway from what you just said.
Well, the whole thing is if you look at the pictures, hold them up, it's so dense, the hardscape will cover, I'm thinking 95% of the area. Where is it going to percolate there? The roads, 3 roads. I live over in Crescent Ridge, and we have one road by my house. Every time it rains, I had to put a dry stream bed in front of my house to catch the water, or else I'd have a washout all the time on the regular rains. Just by the roads by themselves, you're asking for a disaster, because look at number 4. That is the only area all these retention ponds would be able to take on this whole property. With all that hardscape on them and the elevation and the drops, you're just asking for a major problem.
All right, thank you, appreciate your presentation. Scott, and then David Aiken.
Good morning, Commissioners. You've heard a lot from us today. My name's Scott Boyette. I live on Preby Road, right down the street from Gail's house in the historic thing. She owns half of the Preby mansion. I own the little house next to it, and I have 3/4 of an acre there as well. And my house is northeast to the proposed property, and I've got 2 concerns. The main one, let me back up a little bit. I'm a general contractor, I'm an engineer, and I'm elected board member for Seco Energy and Seminole Power Generation. So I understand your guys' position and the toughest decisions you got to make and how you got to balance everything. I don't see which slide I got up, but again, what we got here is, I'm gonna reiterate that I'm following up, Rick, with a little more urgency on the fact that these ponds are just clearly not designed correctly. Rick, in great detail, showed you guys that these ponds should be in the northeast corner of this project, period. Everything else is ineffective pond sources. And if I can go to my next slide, this is a Google Earth presentation of every other subdivision. And if you notice up in the right-hand corner of Martin Landings, and you guys saw that pond all the way flooded to the top, their design is the entire retention is in the northeast corner where the water flows. It's pretty simple. You know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to understand this. In this process, in this area to the right, it's in the northeast corner. That pond to the right of this thing is 25 feet deep. I've seen it to the top as well. what we're asking you guys is we have to reconfigure this pond retention so that it is managed where the water is going to go. The other thing that we're not discussing, and what bothers me, is that the presentation that the developer has given to you is not even telling you where the lift station is and the water processing system is going to be. Sewage also flows downhill, so there's going to have to be a lift station on the bottom corner of this because you don't get to pump the water in sewage. It goes downhill, all right? They also don't represent to us where they are going to put a sewage treatment facility. We all live and do our grocery shopping and at the 7-Eleven. That's sitting on 5 acres. It malfunctions all the time. It smells, and you truck the sewage out of it. Where in their plan is that going to be? We're here to tell you to respectfully deny this design. It's not vetted properly. They're not giving you guys the proper information to make a good decision on what they're trying to do here. We all understand that this is the last piece and there's likely going to be development. We're seriously concerned about the runoff and where this design is not completed. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Good presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Aiken, and then Jay Paul.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Aiken. I live at 10929 Preby Road, essentially adjacent to the property in question. Initially, the property is designated urban low-density future land use by the 2030 Comprehensive Plan. While circumstances change, you recognize that previous property acquisitions have been made with reliance upon the Commission's prior decisions, that is, with the 2030 Land Use Comprehensive Plan. The decisions you make will confirm or call into question the serious intent and value of that plan. In this application, the density and design of the development will produce a parcel-wide concentration of hard, impervious surfaces. The streets, sidewalks, driveways, roofs, and occasional patios will exacerbate the effects of summer-long rainy season, even in typical rainfall episodes, not to mention any intense periodic rains. The proposed development density and design virtually eliminate any biomediation beyond that presently existing on the property. That makes it extremely questionable whether the proposed downhill sloping retention areas will effectively contain such runoff. This presents an unacceptable risk to existing residential properties and public infrastructure. Further, the diagram demonstrates that an obvious disparity between the density and character of the proposed development and that of the surrounding residential areas. In the conclusions of law, item 23 supporting the previous denial, quote, the board's denial is based upon the inconsistency of the proposed use with section 14.03.03C land development regulations as the requested rezoning is not consistent with existing residential neighborhoods, end quote. With this rezoning request, that condition remains. In addition, item 25 states, quote, the board's denial is based on the inconsistency of the proposed use with section 14.03.03G land development regulations, as the requested rezoning for a subdivision with smaller lot sizes could negatively impact the property values of surrounding communities, and no competent substantial evidence was presented to show no impact or a positive impact, end quote. The following item notes that, quote, the board additionally finds that the property's current entitlements, which would allow for the development of 49 residential units under the existing urban low-density land use category, is an appropriate use for the property and is compatible with the existing surrounding neighborhoods. The applicant did not provide any evidence or justification to indicate that there have been changed conditions that would support the rezoning application, thereby making the request inconsistent with that section, end quote. That condition remains as well. Finally, the proposed development does not correct the negative issues that its design and density present. I am not opposed to responsible growth. This plan, however, falls outside of responsible growth and contradicts the previous measured and considered decisions of the board. For the reasons stated, I ask that you deny the rezoning application and retain that urban low-density future land use designation that has been included in the 2030 Comprehensive Plan. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Jay, Paul, and then Allison Sigma.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for your time. My name is Jay Paul, as you know. I live right on Log House Road. I can look up at the property where mine is at, and I have to look up probably at least 12 feet. You know, I've met a lot of good people through in the neighborhood and stuff, and a lot of people said, you know, there's nothing you can do. They've already made up their mind. And I'm like, no, I got to at least try. And I have faith in my elected officials, and I have faith in you commissioners. The Log House Road is just a very small road. I mean, most of you probably haven't been there, but you name it, I've seen it on that road, and I've lived there 12 years. And I'm not out in the yard all the time, but I've seen people pass on a WL line, I bet you 100 times, I don't know. The speed limit's 25 miles an hour. The mail truck is probably the only one that does that. I mean, they're screaming by my house sometimes 60, 70 miles an hour. It is like the Wild West. And, you know, I've lived a lot. I'm 62. I've lived the majority of my life. But I feel bad for the young people that are just learning to drive, or maybe the elderly that can't get out of people's way. That road's literally falling apart, I mean, in front of my house and different places. And I believe that there could be just water just wipe the whole road away eventually. People ride bikes on the road. You're going to put in a sidewalk, but these people, well, they want to ride on the road for some reason. I see it all the time. I guess the craziest thing I've seen was I used to take my granddaughter out to the bus stop, and one day we were there, and there's a car past the bus, the school bus, in my yard, which is the easement, but past that, you know, past right through there, because they're going to get there 1 minute ahead of time wherever they're going. And you know, this happens all the time. I mean, I've got marks all through my yard. Happens during the night. I don't know what happens, you know. And I just, you know, I do feel sorry for the people that have to come in future generations. And you do have a hard job to do, and I appreciate what y'all do. But, you know, I respectfully ask you to shut down KB Homes, and that is my prayer. In the name of Jesus. Yes. Have a blessed day.
Allison Sigma. And after Allison, then Alex Cisneros.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Allison Sickman, and I'm a homeowner on Log House Road, just a few hundred feet from the proposed Crescent Pines development. My husband and I are both veterans and purchased our first home 7 months ago there in Claremont. And I'm here this morning to respectfully ask you to stand by your original decision to deny the rezoning request. The settlement reached between KB Homes and Lake County is presented as a reasonable compromise. However, it fails to address many of the findings of fact in the original development order. The original application included a traffic waiver that relied on traffic data from 2023, despite the availability of data from 2024 and 2025. This reliance on outdated information misrepresents the current traffic conditions on Log House Road and understates the true impact of the proposed development. These are all pictures from my front door, just for reference. Secondly, the settlement includes a provision for the developer to construct and fund a sidewalk to be added along Log House Road to improve traffic and/or mobility. While this is an improvement for pedestrians, this does not address the primary issues of increased traffic, roadway capacity, or emergency access. Our road still serves as a primary route for Pine Ridge Elementary School buses, Lake County solid waste collection site, and existing residents. The addition of a sidewalk does nothing to support the emergency vehicle access either. Fire, EMS, and law enforcement use our road daily while responding to calls. The addition of nearly 900 more daily trips will increase risks of blockages that interfere with emergency access for all surrounding communities, not just our own. Additionally, the sidewalk was already planned by the county prior to this agreement and doesn't really show a meaningful effort to mitigate the issues brought up in the original denial. Third, the reduction in density from 85 to 79 lots is minimal and doesn't change the overall density of the project significantly. It doesn't support the board's previous conclusion in finding 10 of the developmental thing that states that the cumulative effects of traffic would provide substantial competent evidence that a lower density is warranted. The reduction of only 6 lots does not adequately lessen the projected increase in traffic or its cumulative effects on Log House Road. Taken together, the revisions outlined in the settlement fail to align with the county's own findings and don't adequately address the documented impacts of the proposed development. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all will stand by your original decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Alex Cisneros and then William Decker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alex Cisneros. I live in Martin's Landing. I'm asking you to say no to the KB Homes Crescent Pines development for 2 reasons. First reason is the lack of clarity around wastewater. The rezoning report states that there will be a distributed wastewater system, but there is no clear map, no defined location. That means no explanation where the system will be placed on the map. As someone who lives and works in this community, that's concerning. In our area, most homes use a septic system. Adding a lift station or a collected central system is not consistent with the neighborhoods. And more importantly, it's not clearly shown on the map. We are being asked to accept something that hasn't even been fully shown to us. Honestly, when you hear wastewater system, but can't find it on the map, it does not exactly build trust or confidence. I mean, if we can't see where it's going, that's probably not a great sign. My second reason is the potential odor, maintenance issues, and the visual impact. If these systems are placed near our homes, this affects property values, quality of life, and the character of our neighborhood. I'm not against growth. I believe in responsible growth, and responsible growth means clear plans and transparency. This map fails in both these areas. In conclusion, like all the residents before me have stated, valid concerns with flooding and traffic, and now we add the lingering smells of waste. This community is asking for you to vote no. KB Homes does not provide clear answers. We request answers with real-life solutions. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this rezoning. Thank you for your time. Alex Cisneros.
William Decker and then Charlie Wyckoff.
We're almost done. Good morning. My name is Bill Decker, and I'm a 19-year resident of Martin's Landing. On November 4th, 2025, this duly elected Board of Commissioners voted to deny the rezoning of the parcel in question. The action was completely within your scope of responsibility and followed the cited laws. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, today we've provided you a number of pictures and a lot of words in opposition to the development of Crescent Pines. In addition, we provided for your review at least 2 opposition briefs over the last few weeks for you to review. Overall, we challenged the staff report submitted as being general, misleading, and inaccurate. We opposed the rubber stamp approach to the issues. But let me amplify our position. The most serious concern is the stormwater runoff and the potential for dangerous flooding in our community. The 40-foot downhill slope to the northeast will, during a tropical rain downpour, cause sheet flow of more than several million gallons of water, silt, and mud into a retention pond that we've clearly shown is going to be ineffective. For the record, if approved, we're heading for a Mount Dora flooding incident in the not-too-distant future. A disaster of this magnitude will be in the hands of the county and their decision. Density. As you saw the proposed development of 79 zero-lot line homes, it's inconsistent with surrounding communities, and we believe, as you did in November, is in conflict with the county regulations that prohibit excessive density that harms the rural character of the area and will have a detrimental impact on our property values in excess of 20%. This was the basis of the original denial and remains the case today and directly opposed to the staff assessment. We have We have questioned the matter of wastewater treatment, as we do not clearly understand the location, and since water and sewage systems rely on gravity and will flow downhill, we do not see this as feasible. Further, we're not convinced that a qualified maintenance technician will staff this facility as required by law. Finally, traffic's going to be an issue and requires an updated study rather than a 2003 report that was used. Exemption is not an acceptable decision since it's estimated there'll be estimated to be over 800 to 1,000 new trips per day on Lock House Road, which will only add to the congestion. We're everyday citizens and voters. We're not lawyers. And we believe that any agreement or rezoning by Lake County should protect its citizens and include clearly defined conditions. We're not opposed to growth at all. We must be responsible and accountable. Nothing has really changed since your November decision, so when you reject the agreement today and deny the rezoning as you did in 2025, we'd be more than willing to participate in a workshop with the county, developers, or whoever to explore better options to this parcel. Thank you, and let's hope that tomorrow's breaking news caption will read, Lake County Commissioners make the right decision again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charlie, and then after Charlie, Anna Parshev.
I'm Charlie Wyckoff. I live in Crescent Ridge, along with some of these other folks. Something that wasn't mentioned was the gopher tortoises. I walk that area every day, or I try to, and I've been there for 20 years, got to know a few of them, first name basis, if you know what I mean. Anyway, it's nice to see that they're protected, but nobody's mentioned anything about that. And the only other thing I'd like to mention is I don't want Lake County to be liable for anything that could have happened because they approved this project. And once again, like the flood that we had last year up in Mount Dora, Eustis, the 100-year flood, if something like that would happen, and we know that this can happen, if it happens, then it's too late once it happens. So let's just think about this very strongly and ditto with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Parshev, and then Sheldrick Thomas.
Good morning. My name is Anna Parshev, and I live at 10401 Paradise Bay Court. It's a street to the south of the development. I fully agree with the points made by all the previous speakers, and I don't want to repeat them. I'm deeply concerned that if this dense development moves forward, issues like flooding, traffic, noise, and sewage smells will make our neighborhood a much less desirable place to live. When the quality of life goes down, property values go down as well. And we all understand that the developer wants to make a good business by putting as many houses on the land as possible. But if I set my personal sentiments aside and look at this as a business matter, I realize that my home is my private investment, and I would like to protect it, and that's why I'm asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is, unless I've got somebody online, come on up, Sheldrick. Do we have anyone online? No, okay, so this is our last one.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing today? My name is Sheldrick Thomas. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm a 13-year Marine Corps veteran. And one of the things I knew when I had to medically retire out, that I knew I was coming back to Claremont. And because I know the people there who stand up for each other and try to do the right thing. One thing that wasn't really mentioned, and I want to kind of put an emphasis on, is the schooling. Pine Ridge Elementary, it's already loaded almost to the top to capacity. It's over from the 2024-2025 statistics, it's already at 765, and the capacity is at 800. So my question is, did KB Homes put this into their equation? Because at the end of the day, there's nowhere to put the students. The only thing they can do is throw up portables and whatnot, and we all know that no one can learn like that. I really don't want to speak on the subject because burn pits alone in Afghanistan was, I don't even know how people do that, but anyway. Also the traffic. My kids, my 6-year-old asks me almost every morning, can he walk to school? We are right up the road from the school. I will not walk there. Not because it's just any sidewalks, it's just because of the traffic and the volume of traffic that goes on over there. I know KB Homes probably is going to think about putting a roundabout or whatnot, thinking that's going to fix everything, but we all know that it doesn't. And I'm more concerned about people and their safety, the bicycles, the cyclists, the environment and whatnot, versus just building some houses, trying to make some profit off of it. I'm not too articulate when it comes to pretty much everything else, but I do know to stand up and speak on something, whether it's right or wrong. So again, I appreciate your time in this matter, and thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go back to the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep my comments minimal. Just a couple things, because there was a lot stated, and we do appreciate the comments and the concerns expressed by the community. I think there might be some misinformation, or at least some clarifications I can make to hopefully some of the concerns and comments that were made. First and foremost, with respect to gopher tortoises, there's a process in dealing with that species. It's called a relocation permit. Those are run through the FWC. And a relocation permit's going to be pulled whether this project is developed as proposed, or when the property owner goes to harvest those pines, like was discussed earlier. Those gopher tortoises will be relocated before any of that work is undertook, and they're sent to a receptive site where they live out the rest of their life in a conserved natural habitat. In terms of sewage treatment, the DWTS systems that are being proposed are the individual advanced treatment systems that each individual lot would have constructed in conjunction with their homes. Those are a step over and above traditional septic in terms of their ability to treat the effluent and removing nutrients. It's the preferred replacement when a septic system, an older septic system, has run its life and needs to be replaced. There isn't going to be a central collector or on-site treatment system or lift station that would result in odors that would emanate from the development. These are all underground. You wouldn't even know they're in the front yards, and they offer a much greater degree of treatment than a traditional septic system, and that's why they're identified as a DWTS system. In terms of school capacity, that was, of course, analyzed as part of this process, and it was shown, and it's in your staff report, that there is available capacity at all of the 3 districted schools, elementary, middle, and high. In terms of transportation, that, of course, was also evaluated following the county's guidelines, the MPO guidelines, using the the latest available data, which was from 2023, and that is processed, and staff makes a determination that it's de minimis in terms of the transportation generation from the project, both at daily and at a PM peak. One thing I want to spend just a moment on, and I'm going to bring the project engineer, Chuck Hyatt, up to talk about it more, but I think there's a couple of missing important pieces to the puzzle of how this property would be developed. I think a lot of the graphics we were discussing that have been presented are based on the existing topography of the property today. That shows there is some relief, both, I think the break, and Chuck can talk about this more, is almost along the center line where it goes east and it goes west. But that is not how the property is going to be developed. There's, of course, a process that would follow this one where it's engineered plans that are reviewed both by the county and by the Water Management District to prove that the entire design, including stormwater, is functional. Again, that's going to be at that higher standard that Chuck will also talk about at the 100-year, 24-hour event. And there's going to be topographic changes involving the build-out of this project. It's not going to remain in its existing topography with those grade changes that are of concern by the community. It's going to be leveled off to a great deal, and I'm going to ask Chuck to come up here and talk about that for just a moment.
Good morning, Chuck Hyatt,
902 North Sinclair Avenue, Tavares. I am the civil for this project. So what we have right here is a concept plan of zoning, and the existing condition, they are correct. There's about 40 feet of fall across the site, pretty much in the middle of the site. So it goes east, west, and at the ultimate, it does go northeast is probably where the ultimate outfall would be. So to explain a little more, currently, the criteria for the county and the water management district would be a pre-post volume. So that means by drainage law, we're allowed to release as much volume in the proposed condition as in the existing condition. What we've committed to, working with the county on the PUD document, was to hold the entire 100-year 24-hour storm with no discharge. That's over and above what the county and the water management district requires currently. And we also put in there that if anything changes, gets adopted by the county, the water management district, whichever, prior to us being developed, we will meet those rules. So I don't want to get too much involved with, there would be some retaining walls involved, there's stem walls on the houses. Something also to just reiterate is the county's criteria right now is a 60-foot lot. We're meeting the Claremont's JPA of 75-foot lot. Would we much rather go to 60-foot lots and keep 79 lots and have more open space? Yeah, but then we don't have support of Claremont. So we're trying to meet both the county and Claremont in this zoning for the PUD. I'd be happy to answer any questions, stormwater, sewer, whatever you may need.
Based on what you've looked at, though, with regard to the elevation changes and all of that, you think that with a 75-foot lot, you could actually get that number and do the design that you think you would need to do in order to capture the 100-year storm?
Yes, and there'll be some cascading effect and so forth. So what you're seeing right now is a pond in the perfect world would be a perfect elevation, same elevation, 5 or 6 feet deep, but in this case, we do have elevation change from south to north as well as from east to west. So as we get into the design, there would be some sort of cascading effect and so forth as we're moving towards that northeast corner. However, nothing leaving the site for the 100-year 24-hour storm.
What about the 1,000-year storm?
I can't say.
So where would it leave? I mean, it's going to go on that
If we got hit with a
northeast.
1,000-year storm, so if the rain bomb would have came to this area versus Mount Dora, it would have came straight downhill to the northeast and would have ended up over into the lake. And whatever path was in its way, houses and so forth, it would have just been its path. But, they're starting to look at something a little more than a 100-year storm event right now, but it's not out there. And that's all I can say is, we're committing to a 100-year 24-hour.
Any other questions?
That 100-year flood plan that you're committing to, that's over and above what's currently required?
It's over, and it's not over and beyond. It's just more stringent than what's required by the county and the waterman.
And would you agree with me there's currently watershed today?
There is currently watershed
Okay.
today.
Any other questions for the engineer?
Thanks.
Just closing remarks. I mean, there's a lot of community interest here. I think the after condition of this project where you're down zoning, you're resulting in a net density of 2 dwelling units an acre. You're providing a greater stormwater and a thoughtful design that actually creates a greater space between homes, both on-site and the existing community. There's been some thoughtfulness on where the stormwater would be located in terms of avoiding a rear yard to another rear yard. It provides certainty to what's coming. If this is ultimately not supported by the BCC, the the developer and property owner are going to go back and analyze what's next. And whether that's a continuation of the existing proceedings, something else, a complete abandonment, and someone else is going to come forward with a plan for this project that avoids public hearing, or this property that avoids public hearings altogether and builds a rental community, I don't know. But we had I think the process allowed for this dialogue to occur and to make adjustments to what was originally proposed that we feel is a better plan, and we think it's more cohesive with the community. We think we've addressed to a reasonable degree the comments that have been received at that initial meeting. And there's greater public benefit in terms of that sidewalk project. That's going to put a sidewalk where there's no sidewalk there now. And you have Log House Road that clearly sounds like it needs one. And that's going to be done by this developer and going to be in place before a first resident moves in. So with that, our team's here. We're happy to answer any questions you might have, and appreciate your support for the project. Thank you.
Quick question. Has KB Home closed on the property?
No, there's still a contract purchaser. So ultimately, if this is not the concept, they're probably not going to move forward with it, and then who knows what's next after that. Or they'll evaluate all their, there's other, this is the Florida Dispute Resolution Act process. This allows for collaboration, opportunities for collaboration. There's been collaboration. So in a way, that process has, I think, worked, and that we think there's a better plan that's been come about it and has been presented to you. There's other processes that perhaps the property owner or KB will look at to undertake. I don't know. We're not at that juncture yet, but.
All right. I know people have their hands up, but we don't usually go back and open the public hearing part of it. Any more questions for the applicant? All right.
Mike?
Let's bring it back to the board for discussion.
My understanding is East Crooked Lake, there were some property owners that got together and started a nonprofit, and they purchased a piece of property.
Oh, shoot.
Is that correct?
No, if it's the one that I'm thinking
Yeah.
of, where it was actually a landowner that went in and bought the property after the neighborhood had not wanted it to be developed at a high density. And so there was a nearby landowner that actually bought the property. Mhm.
I mean, you've got a lot of people out here, maybe that's an avenue they ought to look at, is they could, I don't know, would it maybe $2 or $3 million for a piece of property like that? And, go together and buy it. Because there are property rights. The people do have property rights, so it's somebody's property. And they can do something with it.
Right, no, and I think that we all understand that where we find ourselves today is we denied the zoning request. The Florida law requires that the landowner then, if they want to challenge our decision, they file for the dispute resolution process, and then should we not reach a settlement agreement, then they have two options, which would be, one would be to pursue litigation,
Right.
which we would then have to live with the result of whatever judge decides, which, we can evaluate that in light of what the land use is and what the allowable density is and all of that. So you could have a result where the judge actually does somewhat of a cram down, and we have to accept what the judge decides. Then the other possibility is that they consider to modify their plan even more. We know that our current code would allow them to move forward with 49 lots without any public hearing. So that would be one of those options that the landowner would have. Then we also have the possibility that the developer goes completely, or the buyer goes completely away, and then the landowner restarts, and then we have the unknown, and then we maybe start all over again. So that's kind of the reality of what we're up against right now.
Well, I'm not, I think the discussion was good, the feedback was good, application was good, but I'm not satisfied with the product, so I'm going to make a motion to deny this item.
Is the motion to deny the proposed settlement agreement?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And I will second that. I have some comments, discussion too, but.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second under discussion. Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, I just, again, I have some comments. I think it's important, and particularly in these cases, to put it on the record. And Melanie, I'll actually give you and the clerk some of my written comments on this. And I'll start by saying I appreciate the collaboration process in going through this. I also appreciate all the residents showing up today and expressing very good viewpoints, and you did it respectfully too. I appreciate that. And I am on Log House. I don't live on Log House Road, but I live nearby, so I understand Log House, and especially Lake Shore is a big deal for us, and the issues we've been struggling with Lake Shore from lack of planning, which started some 25, 30 years ago. And taking in light of all what I heard today and then going back through it and relooking at this, I'm not going to support the settlement. It's not consistent with still not consistent in my mind with the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. This is, that we consider those under section 14.03.03 of the LDRs for the record on that. We know that, but so we also have to consider compatibility of surrounding uses, adequacy of public facilities, transportation, safety, and public interest. So I don't think it meets all of that criteria at that basis of review. The site directly abuts the county land designated public services facility and infrastructure associated with the county's solid waste drop-off operations. I thought we would have heard more about that today because I brought that up as a really big issue back in November. The comprehensive plan recognizes that solid waste facilities require peripheral buffering and nuisance minimization to protect surrounding areas. Yet the settlement, what was proposed, does not provide a site-specific compatibility analysis or a site-specific buffering standard that meaningfully addresses that adjacency. And because the LDC, the Land Development Code, currently does not appear to resolve the specific adjacency with a clear standard, so we're then forced to rely on the more heavily on the comprehensive plan's compatibility, nuisance safety, and public interest requirements. And I just didn't see that. I didn't see that through this process, nor did I hear that today. I also do not believe the transportation record is sufficient. Staff I know staff had said this was de minimis on the transportation, yet the ordinance itself requires a future traffic impact analysis and mitigation. So it's like what's going to happen in the future with that. I would have liked to have seen more of that now as we're trying to make this big decision. I think the Lakeshore Corridor Drive is a big deal which includes Log House Road. So I just didn't see how it was demonstrated that what is being proposed would mitigate fully the impacts of traffic to the entire corridor, including Log House Road. And so that, I know there's impact fees that can be made and some things that have been promised and a sidewalk, but it still overall, in my opinion, did not address the concern about Lakeshore Drive, which includes Log House Road. So for those reasons, that's why I'm not going to support the settlement.
And just moving down the line here, I'll just weigh in on my comments on the motion. I think the reasons why we denied it initially are the same reasons that I'm hearing others be concerned about this. Those are continue to be my same concerns. I am concerned about the facility that's next door. I do think there would need to be more of a buffering and something to address that conflict there between the solid waste facility. I'm very, very concerned about the drainage. I understand that through engineering, to a large degree, you can address these kind of issues, but I've seen firsthand how engineering, unfortunately, has failed us in certain instances, and at times we just have to use common sense and look at a situation and see it as what it is. And this is a major concern, what would happen in a major storm event like we had in October particularly. I'm concerned about the traffic, very much so. I think any additional density other than the base amount that's currently allowed exacerbates that traffic problem that already exists. Lack of sidewalks, so you add more traffic, you have more safety conflicts. So that's certainly a concern. Sometimes, when we're faced with these situations, we're trying to come up with some sort of a compromise where we get something in return that maybe makes the situation better. Unfortunately, in this case, I don't see a pathway where we actually improve a situation that already exists by doing something in order to reach a compromise. So between the traffic, the stormwater, I like the fact that with the Claremont JPA, the 75-foot wide lots, that gives bigger lots. But again, if they went to the 49 that they're allowed by law, by a matter of right, there would be much bigger lots, less runoff, less impervious surface, less impacts to the community. So for that reason, I would support the motion to deny the settlement.
So I'm a little confused here because the 49 lots does not have anything to do with the future land use or the zoning, correct?
Land development regulations.
It only if a development goes over 49 lots, then it has to be a PUD. It has nothing to do with the zoning or the future land use. The zoning here is R6. The future land use is urban low, which would allow them 6-to-1. Now they're wanting 2-to-1. So am I saying that right, Melanie?
That's correct. So when we had this hearing previously, one of the things that we had discussed was the fact that their maximum density is 4-to-1 under the land use. This area was envisioned back in 2010 as being an area for urban low density. So that is their entitlement per se. The board did add to the LDRs a couple years ago a requirement that if you're going to develop 50 or more lots in a subdivision, that you do come through for a PUD for the purposes of making sure that it was compatible, putting conditions on it and things like that. I don't believe the 50-unit requirement was necessarily to restrict the density that was allowed under the comp plan. However, it is the board's discretion as to what you want to do with the PUD zoning.
Can I just mention, though, since you raised the question, because I did intend to say this during my comments, was I think the reason why the board put the 49-lot requirement in there was for this very reason, that you could look at the site-specific conditions. You could look at the surrounding property. You could look at what would happen. And that's why we added it, I believe, is to allow that level of site-specific review and discretion. So that we didn't have a scenario where we weren't addressing specific concerns.
And our codes
Okay,
was not very good, so.
In our code, yeah, right, we have our deficiencies with our code, so it was a way for us to actually look at things and formulate, hopefully, solutions. Anyway, that's where I was coming from with the 49 lots.
Good. So with that, I'm going to stick with what is entitled to the landowner, because the landowner has rights. His rights are urban low and R6. The developer's going well below that, so I'm going to be against this motion.
I pretty much said what I believe is property rights, and they have more property rights than what they're asking. And quite honestly, I'm concerned if they do market the pines, it's going to be 100 times worse than what they would get with some kind of runoff. So I'm going to vote against the motion.
Yeah, and can I just, I understand your concern about the runoff. I will say this, that they're still going to be, whatever they do, they're going to be held to NPDES standards, so they won't, like if they whatever they do, if they clear it and they start flooding these people, they're still going to be potentially an NPDES violation. So I mean, I understand your reasons for wanting the settlement, but just assurance out there that, if they do go through and clear cut and get mad and clear cut it and whatever, that, there's still an NPDES standard they're going to have to uphold, even if it is for ag.
And I'm afraid this is what's going to happen. It's going to either be a Bert Harris claim, or they're going to go to a judge, and the judge is going to shove down our throat something more than what they're asking for now.
And that's always the risk, that's always the possibility, just so everybody understands. I mean, that's, I did want to mention the fact that I appreciated everybody's letters. I appreciated all the thoughtful comments that went into the letters. and the fact that you took the time to be here today. But that is one of the things that can happen, and that is the situation I described as well, would be a judge does a cram down. The other thing that can happen is the judge reads the concerns and the comments and also takes those into consideration and looks at it and says it's, we've got 40, let's see, I'm looking for my total acreage, 39.99. And looks at the 49 lots that would be allowed by right without a PUD change, and sees it as a reasonable use of property rights. So it can literally go either way. So
It could be a lawsuit. Can I have the attorney explain to everybody what the Burt-Harris Act is and how it works?
So the Burt-Harris Act is a provision of Florida statute that creates a cause of action against a governmental entity that imposes a ordinance or regulation or denies a development plan that is slightly less than a constitutional taking. The key phrase is have we impacted their reasonable investment-backed expectations of their property? So again, it is a lesser standard. This county has had 2 Burt-Harris claims in the past. We have lost both of them. I believe between the 2 of them, it totaled $8 million of impact to the residents of the county in settlements for those particular items.
Who were the judges?
I don't remember right offhand.
But one of them was a road restriction. It was truck restriction that then resulted in the purchase of a pretty significant
Yeah, one
piece of
was,
property.
another was a pretty.
That was a big one.
anybody-
Correct.
it was a big
So one was mining, one was a piece of property in Sorrento. But setting aside that fact, so they do have the right to pursue that claim. They could appeal to the circuit court. Again, KB Homes could decide that it's not worth pursuing and they can, back out of their contract. They also have the option of continuing this process, which goes back to the administrative law judge, which would then become an evidentiary hearing, at which the administrative law judge would then issue a recommended order based on the testimony and evidence presented at that hearing. So those are the options going forward.
Would we be bound by the decision of the administrative law judge?
The administrative law judge would make a recommended order, which would then come back to this board. You would have the options to approve with conditions, or deny. If you deny, then of course the property owner would still have the options of going to court, file a Burt-Harris claim, or I'm sure a slew of other options may be available.
Okay.
And can I say one more thing? I do want to, I'm glad you mentioned it. We received all your emails and we read every single one of them. The only issue is we can't respond back because this is a quasi-judicial issue. So just know that we get them, we understand them, we read them, we think about them. We just can't respond.
Yeah, this one is kind of an odd, a little different scenario than a typical letter that we get from a constituent and we answer back.
Because it's administrative litigation, we typically do not comment on active litigation cases.
Yeah, but as long as you're not responding back that you're prejudicial to it, like if I were to tell you that I'm going into this voting no, that's what's wrong in an email, responding to it. But acknowledging an email should be fine, I would think.
Just know we read them and we didn't answer because we'd been told otherwise, so. Okay, all right. So we said where we were at. We're going to now actually take the vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion to deny the settlement, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That passes 3-2, and we'll see where we go next. So, thank you.
You want to?
I'm sure your handwriting's too bad for me to go read it. Can you pass this to Melanie to file? He had AI do, he said he had AI do that.
Actually, I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Research. That kid. No, I'm careful about that.
So, Madam Chairman, just as a reminder, we still have other items on the agenda.
Can we take a 60-second break? I just gotta use the restroom.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to reconvene in 5 minutes. All right, we are back to our annexation report.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. One annexation report for you today. This is a 15.9 acre parcel. It's located in Claremont, west of US Highway 27, east of Roper Boulevard. Current Lake County zoning is planned unit development. The proposed city zoning is general commercial. Current Lake County flu is urban low. Proposed city flu is commercial. The site is already developed. The site is already developed with a Kohl's department store and the associated retention pond.
Question.
That concludes the report. It is a.
This is being annexed.
It's a developed property abutting the city of Claremont, and they are proposing to annex the Kohl's.
It's already on city water and sewer.
Yeah, I have a question, maybe a loaded question, but can you show the map of the entire PUD?
Yeah, so this is a parcel that is part of a larger PUD. You can see it on the zoning. It's colored in pink.
Okay.
So it's a commercial portion of a larger PUD.
So this was approved way, I don't know, I want to say way back, but 2002, maybe 2003. This PUD.
I think you're right, Commissioner
Yeah.
Parks.
Yeah, all right. So, well, I know, I actually wanted to make sure I got that right. So my only question, or maybe it's a comment, is why annexing the commercial piece of the PUD, why not annex the entire PUD? Because we're still going to be taking care of the roads on the PUD, the rest of the residential, right? To make note of this, that the county will still be maintaining the roads. They'll, of course, have that annexed, and obviously they need the additional revenue for that commercial operation, which is always provides a great lift.
But why would the owner of the property, like, I guess because they signed an annexation agreement a long time ago?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I wanted to know more of, if there was, and I don't know that question. I'm not just asking it because I know it, but.
The best I can say is that this is most likely a voluntary annexation taking place. In order for the city of Claremont to annex the entire PUD, it would have to either be a voluntary annexation or done through a referendum.
Mm-hmm.
Is the property outside of this, is it all part of a single HOA or the individual lots? I mean, is there an HOA there that controls the whole parcel, or is it,
I'm not.
or do you not know?
I'm not sure what the HOA controls. If the residential HOA controls the commercial property, I don't know.
I'm just wondering if an HOA can request to come in to be annexed.
Yeah, I just didn't.
No,
I don't know. I don't know that answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't.
And again, I know, so the area to the left, like where you see Casper and Palmer Lane, that goes way back.
Was that same PUD, though, as the commercial?
No, that's a different, that's all. The purple that you see on the map on the right is the PUD.
That's the PUD, so that would more than likely be the extent of if there's a property owners association. or-
Yeah, and there is a HOA, as I understand.
Either way, this is a voluntary annexation, and they meet all the requirements, and we can't stop them.
No, we can't stop them. I'm just saying, I want to know, I don't know why, they've obviously gone through and they're picking some of these properties along the commercial corridor to get the commercial corridors. But it's, to be pointed out, you're breaking up a PUD, and we're still
Well,
going to.
could we object based upon that? Or does that?
I mean, I think it's fair to ask the question, why you're not maybe there's a good reason. Maybe, I don't want to obviously it
Yeah,
should be
you don't
voluntary.
want the residential folks then to be upset that
Yeah.
you're saying, hey, you need to go do it all. But if it's voluntary, then it would be up to the residential. Maybe they tried the residential and the residential folks said no, and only the commercial said yes.
Yeah.
It would really be, you should go over to Kohl's today and see if you can talk to someone. I mean, obviously, that's not going to be where the person is that you need to talk to, but somebody, it would be helpful if we could we look at the annexation packet that went into the city's documents so we can get a contact person?
We can do a public records request for their file. We have the annexation notice in the report, but we can do a public records request and dig a little deeper into what is being proposed.
All right, why don't we do that? I'm not going to suggest writing a letter of objection until I see that. So nothing to do today other than if you can get, for me at least, speaking for myself, if you can get that information, I'd want to know it, so.
Okay.
I think if you could get that information, I know I, for one, would like to have it, and Commissioner Parks would like to have it. If you could get it to us as quickly as you get it, just so we could explore it a little bit more.
Okay. And this is slated for a city commission on April 28th.
Okay.
We'll-
So it's not very long.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
time. All right, thank you. That's it.
that concludes
And
the
that's
report.
all. Okay. All right, then moving along, we'll move over to our county attorney's report, county manager's report. Commissioner Sabatini.
Same report as last month, just be careful, or be observant of the legislative session that's coming up, because nothing happened on SB 180, which, of course, as you guys know, is a huge deal. I mean, I didn't think we'd get a great bill to fix it, but we ended up with no bill, which is insane. But we do think it'll be part of the budget negotiation, so pay attention to that and be loud. Thank you.
Commissioner Parks?
No, I think that's a good comment from Commissioner Sabatini. I have nothing else to report.
All right, Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I got a couple of things. Spring games that happened a couple of weeks ago over the month was a huge success. And as soon as we get all the numbers, I'll come back and report the numbers to you. But it was a very, very large event for Lake County, great for economic development. But again, as soon as I get all the numbers, I bring them in. They're still crunching the numbers and getting hotels and economic impact on that. I will say that this weekend is another huge weekend for Lake County. We have a sand volleyball tournament called Candyland, put on by the Sandballers. There's 110 teams registered to be the largest sand volleyball event happening. And when I say 110 teams, it's doubles, fours, and sixes on a two-day event. It's getting so much traction that Mission Resort has been sold out on the amount of rooms that they have reserved for them. So it's a good impact for them. As well as some other hotels around the area. So that's another large economic impact for Lake County. I'll be there at least on Saturday. Sunday, I have other obligations, but at least on Saturday and Saturday night, I'll be there welcoming the teams and everybody there. Also, this weekend is a fishing clinic put on by the Lake County Sheriff's Office in conjunction with Lake County Water Authority. It is at Hickory Point. It's a free clinic for kids from, I think, 9 to noon. So Hickory Point's going to be busy this weekend. So if you have an opportunity to go to Hickory Point, please go and support everything that's going on there. And, I almost forgot to mention one of the best things that's happening this weekend is Jennifer Barker's birthday is happening Friday. So happy birthday to you on Friday.
39.
If 39 looks like 55, then yes.
And that's all I have until the end.
Herbie, are
Morris?
they using the sand courts at the college also?
No, this is all Hickory Point.
That would be perfect if you've got a bigger event that they could use those courts. I have no report.
Okay, just a couple things. We had an Elders Affairs advisory meeting since, I guess it was last week. And anyway, I was able to see the new space for the Veterans Affairs Office. If you get a chance, I recommend that you set up a time with Maria to go over and see what's happening there. We have our 3 new Veterans Services officers And I would ask if Commissioner Sabatini could specifically maybe head by there and meet those guys, because I think it's really helpful for them to have those that are in the military or veterans have actual connections with our local veterans that aren't necessarily using their services, but could help them connect with other veterans.
Absolutely.
So I mentioned to them that I would ask you to do that, so I'm asking you to do that now. Let's see. I also, I had a chance to go down to the City of Eustis waterfront the other day, on Saturday, and participate in their monthly cleanup along the shoreline. And I have to say that it was against my better judgment, because it is that time of the year when the gators are mating and looking for places to nest, and they get very territorial. And so this is somewhat of a public service announcement to those that do not know, our new residents in Lake County. This is a time to be very careful and do not take your little dogs and pets along the waterfronts. It doesn't matter how big the lake is or how small it is. This is not the time you want to do that. That goes for some of our parks and things that we have that are county parks that have great walking areas, but this isn't the best time to be doing this, and I highly recommend that you don't do that. But we had a great cleanup. I forget how many pounds of trash we got out of the lake, but it's less and less because they do it every month, and they do this in conjunction with let's see, Lake Watch, Water Authority, and Keep Lake Beautiful. So it's a collaborative effort. But kudos to Christine Cruz, who has been doing this for years and organized this, and she carries all these things around with her, the buckets and the grabbers and the bags and everything, and does a great service. And it was actually the Honor Society of Eustis High School. They were down there in full force, so that was really great to see them out there. And then I think between the last meeting and this meeting, I had the chance to go to Mount Dora High School and throw out a first pitch at a baseball game, which was really exciting and fun. And are you going to ask me if I got it to the plate?
Did you get to the
I
plate?
did get it to the plate. Uh-huh.
Was
The
it a strike?
catcher, I don't think he had to stand up to get it. I think he was still squatting down when he caught it.
Was it a strike?
I would say that's a strike, right? If catcher's sitting down, didn't have to move, and he actually caught it.
Yeah.
But I owe that to the JV team for warming me up and getting me on track beforehand. But I don't know how much heat was behind the ball, but it got there, and it was straight, and it made it to the catcher.
It was a curveball.
But it was super fun. It was super fun, and so I got to be a hurricane that day, and that's one of the cool things about being a county commissioner, is that you do get to go do these kind of fun things, and get to see the young people and see how the schools are doing, and what a great team, what a great group of kids over there. Great coach, Coach Matulia is there now, and he's doing a great job, and super, super great program. And I think that you went out and checked out the Pirates Invasion event that's going to be in Astor this coming Saturday. Do you remember any of the details about that?
Yeah, so it's put on by the Bad Asters, which I love the name of that club. It's Club Bad Asters. So I want to get one of their shirts. So anyway, they're having a Pirates Invasion at the Drifters Restaurant, Bar and Grill, and it is for charity. So go out there and enjoy. They have raffles, and they do charitable events.
They all get dressed up like pirates.
They all get dressed up like
Yeah, a lot
pirates.
of
Everybody,
costumes.
everybody.
Right there at the bridge.
The old black beer.
Old Blackwater Inn.
What was the old one called?
Blackwater Inn.
Blackwater.
So anyway, it should be a very good event. So if you have some time, go out there. It doesn't matter. They invite everybody to come along. They're all inclusive. They're a great bunch of people. So
Yeah.
thank you for hooking me up with them.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to get out there and check it out and get that information out. So I think that was it on mine. Commissioner Smith, is there a special thing today stands for? Or?
There is, and I noticed that everybody's sitting on pins and needles just waiting to see what today is. In case you're wondering, today is National Coffee Cake Day. So go out and find you a coffee cake and enjoy it.
Cool.
All right, well, with that, we stand adjourned.
What happened to the issue with drifters and the electric
meant to ask him for a shirt.
Everything else going good?
Yeah,